Chosen one, pause for a moment. Take a breath, not just with your lungs, but with your soul, because what you're about to receive is holy. This message didn't stumble into your feed by accident. It was sent divinely orchestrated like a whisper from heaven, cutting through the noise of your daily life. Maybe you've been walking through a season where silence has been your loudest companion. Maybe you've been obeying God in the dark, while others basked in the spotlight. Maybe you've been wondering, did any of it matter? Did anyone see? Did heaven even notice? Yes, heaven noticed. Every step, every sacrifice, every time you chose integrity over applause, love over bitterness, faith over fear. And now, the throne room is stirring. This is more than just encouragement. This is a spiritual reckoning, an announcement in the spirit realm. God is so proud of you, not just for what you've endured, but for how you endured it, not just for what you overcame, but for how you never stopped believing. He saw you stay when you could have walked away. He heard the prayers you whispered so quietly. You weren't even sure they were prayers. He saw the nights you cried and still praised. He saw the betrayal you absorbed without revenge. And heaven, oh, beloved heaven, recorded it all. What if the reward you've been waiting for isn't in the distance, but already unfolding around you in small, sacred ways? What if your consistency has been unlocking doors you don't even know are open yet, right now? If something inside you is trembling, if your heart is racing just a little faster, that's your spirit recognizing truth. Go ahead. Type 777 the comments as a prophetic signal, a holy response to heaven's acknowledgement. That number isn't random. It's not trendy. It's divine alignment, a sacred code between you and the Spirit, confirming that you are aligned, seen, and ready. And to every soul who has supported this mission through Super Thanks, your kindness is not forgotten. Whether you gave generously or offered your presence faithfully, thank you. From the depths of my heart, and far more importantly, from the gaze of heaven, your love matters. You are not just viewers. You are vessels, part of a global ripple of prophetic awakening. Your offerings, your comments, your prayers, they help carry this message to the ones who are still fighting to believe they're chosen. You're part of that divine chain of miracles. Have you ever wondered how many blessings were released simply because you refused to quit in silence? And now, stay close, because what we're about to unfold isn't just words. It's a scroll from heaven, a divine unveiling, a holy remembering. There are 7 sacred chapters God has placed on my spirit, and they were written for you, but not everyone will stay long enough to hear them. Only the truly chosen will feel the pull to continue. What if today is the day everything shifts? Not because something outside you changed, but because you finally remembered who's been watching all along. This isn't a message you play in the background. This is a message you sit with. One you let read you. Even as you read it, so like, share, and subscribe, not just to support, but to align. Because what's coming next may just be the confirmation your soul has begged heaven to send. Let's go deeper. The angels are still watching, and heaven is about to speak. God's chosen ones. God is so proud of you, heaven watched every move. Chapter 1. God saw you stand when you could have bent. You stood when everything around you whispered that it would be easier to bend, and no one clapped. No one crowned you. But heaven, stood still. There were moments when the pressure was deafening, when conformity could have earned you applause. Fast tracks, easier friendships. Your heart trembled with the weight of compromise. But your spirit, led by the quiet voice of the Holy Spirit, remained unmoved, not by fear, but by fire. That fire, chosen one, was your consecration. Can you remember how tempting it was to say yes to things that glittered, even when your gut twisted with divine resistance? How many times did you see people gain recognition by lowering their standards, while you remained unseen because you refused to play their game? What if your hidden no was louder in heaven than their public yes? There is something holy about the one who walks away from performance when it costs them everything. Daniel understood that cost. In Babylon's royal court, when asked to eat what defiled his conscience, he chose a plate of vegetables over a feast of compromise. Daniel 1:8. That act of restraint was not small in God's eyes. It changed the nation's trajectory. You, too, have refused meals that looked like opportunities but were poisoned with spiritual decay. When people around you took the bait, you fasted from corruption. You chose a legacy over a lifestyle. Dr. Edith Eger, a Holocaust survivor and clinical psychologist, once said, "We don't become free by avoiding pain. We become free by facing it." She turned her suffering into strength and refused to let trauma define her. Like you, she chose the long road of inner truth rather than the shortcut of public acceptance. Have you wondered why the cost was higher for you? Why standing for your values seemed to attract loss instead of favor? Could it be that God was forming something deeper in you, something eternal? Theo once worked at a high-level architectural firm. One project demanded unethical design practices to cut costs, risking public safety, though it meant losing his job. Theo spoke up. He was fired quietly and shamed publicly years later. After a tragedy involving that very project, his former manager came to him weeping, saying, "You were the only one who stood for what was right." Legacy outlives applause. Moses could have grown comfortable in Pharaoh's palace, immersed in prestige and power, but Hebrews 11:24-25 says, he refused to be known as the son of Pharaoh's daughter and chose to be mistreated with the people of God. He forfeited comfort for covenant. That same refusal echoes in your choices. 2. Your nights of questioning weren't weakness, they were sacred wrestling. When you looked at those around you, flourishing through manipulation, while your path stayed slow, silent, and steady, God was still watching. He was measuring not your speed, but your surrender. Have you ever asked why you still feel unseen when you've done what is right again and again? Why your obedience didn't yield instant elevation? What if the silence wasn't absence, but preparation? What if your private yes is the foundation for public release? When Jesus was tempted in the wilderness, Satan offered him kingdoms without the cross. Matthew 4:8-10. But Jesus didn't come to gain the world by bowing to darkness. He came to redeem it through obedience. You, chosen one, carry that same spirit. You refused the crown that comes without a cross. In the high cliffs of New Zealand, the kea, a native mountain parrot, doesn't fly like others. It climbs, scrapes, clings to rock and rises where few creatures dare to venture. Its journey is slow but unmatched. That's your kind of elevation, built through endurance, not flash. God saw when you chose truth over trend, when you said no to relationships that threatened your spiritual clarity, when you walked away from platforms that asked for your soul in exchange for visibility. You did not fold. You were forged. Scripture says, "Do not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Galatians 6:9. Your sowing season wasn't fruitless, it was forming your future. Usher once declined a contract from a global fashion brand because it required her to exploit her heritage for profit. She returned home, broken, doubting herself. But years later, her independent designs, full of authenticity, were worn at a major film festival. Celebrated for their boldness and integrity, her yes to obscurity became a magnet for divine visibility. Your obedience is the architecture of something larger than comfort. Every quiet no to sin became a yes to purpose. Every choice to walk alone carved a path for others to follow. And now, heaven is not just sending blessings, it's confirming alignment. You didn't bend to culture. You didn't dilute your identity. You didn't market your anointing for applause. You stood, rooted like an ancient oak tree, unmoved by temporary storms. Its strength hidden beneath the soil, long before it ever towered. Can you feel it now? The heavens beginning to shift in your direction. The weight you carried is being translated into favor. The sacrifices that felt buried are rising as seeds ready to bloom in divine timing. This is not compensation. This is confirmation. Confirmation that God saw it all. That nothing escaped the record of heaven. That your silence was symphonic in the courts of angels. And now, God is ready to unfold what He's been preparing for your spirit all along. Chapter 2. God saw the tears. No one else did. You wept in silence while the world kept spinning loud. You bled emotionally in invisible places, corridors of the soul where no one thought to look. You stood in rooms echoing with laughter while holding the ache of abandonment in your chest. And still, you loved deeply. Even when your presence was overlooked and your pain dismissed. How many times did you whisper, "I'm okay," just to avoid unraveling in front of people who wouldn't understand your unraveling anyway? How often did you carry their wounds and ignore your own? The very moments you were starving for comfort, you were still serving comfort to others. You didn't scream, you didn't demand to be seen, but God saw you completely. Psalm 56, 8 declares, "You have kept count of my tossings, put my tears in your bottle. Are they not in your record? Every tear you cried in the car, every sleepless night you laid facing the wall, every brave breath you took when despair tightened your chest, none of it disappeared. Heaven did not need your pain to be public in order to make it sacred. Could it be that your hidden weeping was a kind of worship? That your refusal to grow cold in suffering was more powerful than 1,000 sermons? When Hannah, in 1 Samuel 1, came to the temple, her anguish was so deep that Eli mistook her for drunk. But God didn't. Her silent prayer became the birthplace of Samuel, a prophet to the nations. And just like Hannah, you've birthed things in silence that the world won't understand until heaven reveals them. Fred Rogers, beloved educator and television host, once said, "Anything that's human is mentionable, and anything that is mentionable can be more manageable." Yet you lived through seasons where your pain wasn't even mentionable because no one asked, and you had no space to share it. You endured the unbearable in silence, and heaven wept with you. Dahlia once worked 2 jobs, cared for her mother with dementia, and carried grief from a stillborn child no one knew about. Every day she smiled at her co-workers. She encouraged others. No one saw the handwritten prayers in her notebook soaked in tears. But one night, a stranger handed her a note that read, "God says, I saw every tear. None of it was wasted. That note changed everything. Have you ever wondered why God stayed silent during your deepest anguish? Why? When you needed a miracle, all you heard was more silence? Is it possible that heaven's stillness wasn't absence but intimacy? That God drew closer, not louder? A phenomenon in nature called cryoconite holes, small, dark particles that sink into glaciers and slowly melt their way deeper into the ice. They're invisible on the surface, but transformative beneath. That's what your hidden tears have been doing, reshaping the landscape of your soul from beneath the pain. There were days when your soul felt like a battlefield hidden behind a composed face. You were surrounded, yet isolated, praised, yet unraveling. You encouraged the room while your own spirit trembled beneath the weight of fatigue. But even then, you stayed. You led with love when your heart ached for someone to lead you. That wasn't just resilience, that was sacred obedience. What kind of person bleeds unseen and still blesses others? What kind of faith survives without applause? What kind of heart gives while empty? The kind filled with the breath of God, the kind heaven trains in private. You were never weak. You were just anointed to carry a weight others couldn't even see. When Job lost everything, his friends misread his silence as guilt. But God knew. Job 16:20 says, "My intercessor is my friend, as my eyes pour out tears to God." Your tears were not desperation. They were dialogue. Intimate prayers soaked in sorrow, yet potent with faith. Dr. Maya Angelou, the renowned poet and civil rights leader, once said, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." And yet, you bore it. You carried unspoken agony with dignity. You walked through invisible fires and emerged with a fragrance only forged through divine intimacy. Jalen worked as a crisis counselor. He saved lives daily while barely managing his own depression. No one knew that, after every shift, he sat in his car in silence, trembling with fatigue. One evening, a former patient messaged him, "You saved me when I wanted to die. I'm alive because of your voice." That one sentence became his anchor and God's whisper, "I see you." Well, have you ever questioned whether all your endurance mattered? Whether your obedience in the dark ever reached heaven's ears? What if your quiet loyalty was the very thing writing your legacy? What if the fire didn't come to destroy you, but to refine what no one else could see? The lotus flower only blooms through mud. The deeper the muck, the purer its petals. Your suffering wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And now the petals of purpose are beginning to open. What once buried you is now birthing something beautiful. Heaven is releasing restoration that flows in layers, restoration of clarity, restoration of joy, restoration of purpose, not because you demanded it, but because you didn't walk away from God in your deepest agony. You worshipped when you didn't feel Him. You stayed when it would have been easier to disappear. And now, heaven is answering. Isaiah 61:3 promises that God will give a crown of beauty instead of ashes, the oil of joy instead of mourning, and a garment of praise instead of a spirit of despair. That's not poetry, it's prophecy, and it's unfolding over your life right now. You cried, but your cry wasn't the end. It was the doorway. You wept, but your weeping was a baptism. You broke, but you broke into the hands of the potter. And now, He's rebuilding what no one thought would survive. There is peace returning, not just as a feeling, but as a presence. There is honor coming, not just as recognition, but as vindication. And there is joy rising, not manufactured, but born from ashes. You didn't collapse. You carried the cross. And now God is crowning you with quiet glory. a desert lizard called the thorny devil. It survives by collecting dew from the sand through its skin and channeling it to its mouth. No rain, no stream, just survival through stillness. You survived like that, drawing living water from barren ground. And now, the drought is ending. The survival years are turning into harvest. The hidden prayers are becoming public answers. The pain you lived through will feed generations. Your reward is not just what you'll receive, it's what you'll become, a vessel of restoration. A lighthouse for the suffering. A witness that tears have eternal weight. God saw the tears, no one else did. And now heaven is moving on your behalf, not out of pity, but out of covenant. You were always seen, and now you will be revealed. Chapter 3. God saw your silence when you could have fought back. There were rooms your name entered before your footsteps ever could. Rooms clouded with assumptions, envy, and twisted recollections. People who never asked for clarity rewrote your story with their own pens. They reshaped your motives, mocked your process, and interpreted your silence as weakness. What they didn't know was that your silence wasn't submission, it was sanctification. There were moments when you clenched your jaw as false narratives spread like wildfire. You held the truth like a sword you refused to swing. You had the evidence. You had the words. You had the right to speak, defend, correct. But you chose something higher. Surrender. That wasn't cowardice, it was consecration. What if restraint is one of heaven's highest forms of warfare? What if your refusal to engage wasn't just maturity, but prophecy? Jesus himself stood silent before Pilate. Matthew 27:12, 14. Though innocent, he refused to defend himself. His silence wasn't weakness, it was the sound of redemption being born. You, too, chose the strength of stillness over the satisfaction of being right. Desmond Tutu, the South African Archbishop and truth advocate, once said, "Don't raise your voice. Improve your argument." But there are moments when silence itself becomes the argument, and you lived through one of those. You let God be your voice, while your heart broke quietly beneath the surface. Ricardo served faithfully in his local ministry. When a leadership scandal erupted, he became the scapegoat. They whispered. They removed him. He had the truth, the receipts, the witnesses, but he said nothing. Years later, one of the accusers fell gravely ill and asked to see him. "I lied," they whispered, "and your silence saved me." That moment restored more than reputation. It revealed kingdom character. Have you ever asked why God let them speak while you stayed silent? Why the loudest voices were often the least accurate? Is it possible that God was testing not your ability to speak, but your capacity to trust? You surrendered, not just the outcome, but the courtroom itself. You placed the case in the hands of the only judge who sees every heart, every intention, every unseen conversation. And while they were posting and whispering, you were praying and weeping. That's a different kind of warfare. Psalm 37, 5, 6 declares, "Commit your way to the Lord, trust in him, and he will act. He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, your justice like the noonday sun." You didn't chase vindication. You waited for revelation. A tree in Africa called the baobab, it appears leafless for most of the year, bare, misunderstood, but hidden within its thick trunk is water, strength, and life enough to sustain entire ecosystems. That's you. Misunderstood in the dry season, but holding substance heaven deeply honors. People misunderstood your silence and called it surrender. But in heaven's court, It was a submission of strength, not a collapse of courage. What they called retreat was, in truth, divine repositioning. You weren't hiding, you were being hidden, covered, protected, preserved. The silence that confused others was a sound of wisdom to heaven. You could have matched their tone. You could have thrown words like daggers, but you didn't. You went to your prayer closet instead. You worshipped in place of warfare. You resisted the bait of bitterness. That's the kind of maturity that angels bow to. That's the kind of restraint that moves the throne of God. Joseph understood this kind of surrender. When his brothers who sold him into slavery stood before him begging for grain, he could have exposed them, humiliated them, avenged his suffering, but instead, he wept and embraced them. Genesis 45:4. What looked like mercy was actually spiritual authority. Have you considered that your silence was more prophetic than any public statement? That your choice to stay still while heaven moved may be the very reason God is preparing to elevate you in a way that even your enemies can't deny. Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks, once said after being criticized for his background, "In the end, we are not defined by others' opinions, but by how we respond when our values are challenged." He built legacy through restraint, not retaliation. And just like him, your response shaped your outcome more than their noise ever could. Leora, a high school teacher who was falsely accused of misconduct by a colleague driven by jealousy. Leora had emails, proof, witnesses, but instead of defending herself publicly, she trusted the internal process and quietly prayed. Months later, the truth surfaced. Not only was her name cleared, she was promoted to dean, and the colleague resigned in remorse. Leora's silence wrote her vindication. You could have fought back, but you chose faith. You could have clapped back, but you chose the cross. And now God is speaking on your behalf. What once was rumor is about to be replaced with revelation, a natural phenomenon called desert varnish, a slow, dark coating that forms on stones in the desert over centuries. It's born not of noise, but of time and stillness. Eventually, it becomes a record, an archive of what has endured. That's your soul, layered not in bitterness, but in grace. Isaiah 30:15 whispers, "In quietness and trust is your strength." Your silence was never empty. It was an altar, a temple where vengeance was laid down and peace was lifted up. This isn't just about being right. It's about being righteous. And righteousness is what God rewards not with revenge, but with radiant restoration. What He is preparing for you now is not just reconciliation, it's redemption with glory. You protected your soul at the expense of your image. You trusted God when it would have felt easier to take matters into your own hands. And now He is about to speak with clarity so loud, so undeniable, that it silences every shadow of accusation. Watch how God lifts you, not in arrogance, but in honor, not in retaliation, but in resurrection. The same voices that spoke against you will have to stand in awe of what God is doing through you. You stayed pure in the fire. You stayed still in the storm. You stayed faithful in the fog. Now God is fulfilling promises you thought were long buried. This is not just victory. This is vindication. Not loud, not bitter, just bright, just holy. You didn't stay silent because you were powerless. You stayed silent because you were powerful enough to wait. And now that silence is thundering through the heavens as divine music, chosen one, you passed the test. Heaven saw everything, and now heaven is responding. chapter 4. God saw how you loved, even when you weren't loved back. You gave the kind of love that doesn't look for mirrors, it looks for meaning. You didn't love for attention. You loved because the Spirit of God within you couldn't do otherwise. It wasn't a transaction. It was a testament. There were people who received the best of your care and gave you cold silence in return. You remembered the details they forgot for you. You stayed loyal when they became distant. You forgave quickly, while they held grudges quietly. But you kept showing up with love. Not bitterness, with grace. Not pride. And that, chosen one, was not weakness. It was spiritual warfare of the rarest kind. Every time you gave comfort while feeling abandoned, heaven recorded it. Every time you encouraged someone who never remembered your pain, angels took note. You carried their weight while privately collapsing under your own. You weren't overlooked. You were operating from a love, not of this world, but love your enemies. Do good to them, and lend to them without expecting to get anything back. Then your reward will be great. Luke 6:35. NIV. Your reward isn't delayed, it's being designed. Ezra, who worked in hospital chaplaincy, day after day, he sat with grieving families, held trembling hands, whispered comfort in the final hours of strangers' lives, and then he'd return to a quiet apartment where no one asked him how he was. Yet Ezra never missed a shift, never withheld compassion. One night, a nurse found a note left by a patient. He'd comforted it, read, "Tell him I saw God in his silence." That was all Ezra needed. Cardinal Raniero Cantalamessa, preacher to multiple popes, once said, "Christian love doesn't consist in being loved back. It consists in remaining a lover regardless." You've lived that, not occasionally, but consistently. You didn't just reflect God's love, you revealed it. Talia used to write small notes of encouragement and slip them into her co-workers' lockers during layoffs. No one ever thanked her. Most didn't even know it was her. One day, she overheard someone reading one aloud, saying it had kept them from quitting and from harming themselves. She walked away quietly, smiling through tears. It wasn't about credit. It was about care. Have you ever wondered why your heart keeps pouring when others barely notice you're dry? Why you can't stop caring even when you're tired of not being cared for? What if the ache you carry is proof that your love is shaped like heaven's? Paul wrote, "At my first defense, no one came to my support, but everyone deserted me. May it not be held against them." 2 Timothy 4:16. That kind of forgiveness lives only in the hearts of the chosen. You, too, have whispered forgiveness through clenched tears. You checked in on people who ghosted you. You stayed present in stories that never made space for yours. You brought warmth to rooms that treated your presence like background noise. But God saw. God measured every ounce of that costly, quiet love. You weren't foolish. You were formed to love like Christ, not for applause, but for alignment. And heaven has been leaning in ever since. You didn't shut your love down when theirs ran cold. You didn't let their distance distort your devotion. You didn't let their silence freeze your warmth. That makes you rare, a living contradiction in a world that rewards detachment and distrust. You proved that love isn't just a feeling, it's a calling. How many people let pain reshape them into what hurt them? How many lose their tenderness to self-protection? But you chosen one. You chose to stay soft, and softness, in the hands of God, is not fragility. It's holy resistance. You could have armored your heart with resentment, but instead, you left it open like soil, still willing, still ready, still expectant. And that, heaven says, is where miracles bloom. There's a tree called the redwood that thrives not because it stands alone, but because its roots intertwine with the forest around it. That's you. Your love has stretched beneath the surface, unseen, yet stabilizing the people around you, even when they didn't know it. But now God is sending roots that reach back to you. Have you noticed the shift, the quiet arrivals of people who honor your soul? Not just your usefulness, the sacred space being made by those who don't compete with you but cover you. That is not coincidence. That is heaven's response. Caleb had been the emotional anchor of his friendship circle for years, the one who checked in, the one who remembered birthdays, sans prière, brought groceries in hard seasons. When he hit his own crisis, silence surrounded him, but instead of hardening, he kept loving. Months later, he joined a volunteer group where he met two friends who, for the first time, mirrored back everything he had once given: loyalty, safety, consistency. He didn't chase replacement. God sent restoration. Scripture declares in Luke 6:38, "Give, and it will be given to you, a good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over." That is not just about provision, it's about love. You gave purely, and now heaven is returning it exponentially. Mother Teresa, the saint of Calcutta, once said, "I have found the paradox, that if you love until it hurts, there can be no more hurt, only more love." You reached that paradox. You stretched until your soul ached, and now love is coming back in waves. Someone like Imara, a young writer who was constantly overlooked in her family, kept writing affirmation letters to others, strangers, friends, people she barely knew. One day, her inbox was filled with unexpected gratitude from a global writing community she didn't even know she had touched. One woman wrote, "Your words saved my life on a night I almost gave up." Imara wept, not because she needed applause, but because love had finally returned. You forgave without closure. You loved without leverage. You gave without expectation. And now, heaven is repaying you not equally, but abundantly. Have you ever wondered whether the love you released into what felt like empty space would ever return? Could it be that your cup remained empty for so long, only to prove that when God fills it, it will not just rise, it will overflow? You are stepping into a season of divine connections, where presence replaces performance, where loyalty isn't conditional, and where your name will be safe in the mouths of those God has sent. You didn't just love well, you loved God's way, and now He is answering, not with the same people, but with chosen replacements, not with emotional crumbs, but with spiritual feasts, not with apology, but with alignment. Watch what happens when God rewards love. He returns it in dimensions the world could never offer: true, rooted, intentional, overflowing. You gave without applause. Now heaven applauds. You covered others. Now heaven covers you. The world didn't return your love, but heaven always does. And this time, it will be holy. Chapter 5. God saw you sow when you had almost nothing. Let's talk about sacrifice, the kind that doesn't sparkle on stages or trend on timelines, the kind that leaves you shaking, wondering if you'll have enough left for yourself. Once you've given what you've just given, the kind no one claps for, but heaven crowns. You gave when your cupboards were nearly empty. You said yes to someone's need when your own heart was breaking. You lent your strength when your soul was begging for rest. You listened. You interceded. You showed up not because it was convenient, but because obedience had become your rhythm. You weren't giving from overflow. You were giving from faith. And faith, in its truest form, looks exactly like that. Unglamorous, quiet, holy. You could have said, "Not now." You could have saved it for yourself. But something in your spirit whispered, "Trust me." And you did, again and again, like the widow in 1 Kings 17, who gave her last bit of flour and oil to Elijah. On the surface, it looked like here, but it became her introduction to supernatural provision. The jar of flour was not used up, and the jug of oil did not run dry. Echat Kings Sheba Asra, Shesh Asra. You've lived that story. Chosen one, not with oil and flour, but with energy, patience, prayer, money, kindness. What you gave should have left you depleted, but instead, heaven sustained you. Have you ever looked at your life and wondered how you didn't collapse? How you gave so much and still woke up with more to give the next day? Could it be that while others saw lack, God saw seed? Amari, a single father, worked 2 jobs to raise his son. During a church fundraiser for a youth outreach trip, he gave the last $40 in his wallet, the money meant for groceries. That week, a co-worker offered to cover his pantry with a month's worth of food. Without knowing anything, the timing was too perfect to be coincidence. It was covenant. You gave, not because you had plenty, but because you had purpose. That's not natural, it's divine. Paul says in 2 Corinthians 9-6, "Whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows generously will also reap generously." You believed that verse, even when it hurt. You didn't sow for applause. You sowed out of allegiance to God. Malaya managed a non-profit in a rural town. She was exhausted, underfunded, and forgotten by the media. But every week, she taught young girls how to speak with courage, how to dream in color, how to see themselves beyond poverty. She kept sowing wisdom and presence, even when her own hope flickered. A decade later, one of those girls became a lawyer, returned, and opened the town's first women's center in Malaya's name. How many times did you give your time, your help, your attention, your resources, while hoping someone, somewhere, might one day notice you? What if heaven noticed first? In the cold, dry deserts of Chile, scientists found the Atacama bloom, a miraculous burst of wildflowers that only appears after rare rainfall. The seeds are always there, dormant, waiting. That's what your obedience has been doing, waiting under dry seasons, preparing for divine bloom. You didn't give to people, you gave to purpose. You sowed when the soil looked cracked. You served when no one said thank you. You prayed when it felt like your own requests were unanswered. But every seed, everyone, went into the ground of eternity. Scripture speaks of the poor widow in Mark 12, who dropped 2 small coins into the temple, offering. Jesus told his disciples, she gave more than all the rest, for they gave out of wealth. But she gave all she had. Mark shtim asra, 43 ve'erba. You've lived like that. People saw a small offering, but heaven saw everything. Nick Vujicic, the inspirational speaker born without arms or legs, once said, "It's a lie to think you're not good enough. It's a lie to think you're not worth anything." When he gave his testimony to broken people, he wasn't giving from comfort He was giving from pain. And that's what made it powerful. Just like you. And now, chosen one, the season is shifting. The seed you sowed in private is about to speak in public. The offerings you gave without reward are about to return in overflow. You gave while bleeding. Now you will reap while healed. Not in drops, but in downpour. Have you ever wondered why the drought was so long? Why your giving seemed to echo into silence? Could it be that the harvest God is preparing is too large to rush? Watch the mangrove trees. They grow where salt water meets soil, where most trees would die. But mangroves filter what is toxic and still grow strong. You've done that. You've grown in scarcity, in rejection, in fatigue, and now, heaven is about to reward that root system. This isn't just about provision, it's about proof. Proof that God saw the moment you paid someone else's rent before your own. That He saw you bring dinner to a neighbor while skipping your own meal. That He saw you buy books for someone else's child while trusting Him to provide for yours. Not one act of obedience will return void. Not one moment of surrender will be forgotten. The rain is coming. The harvest is near. And it will not just meet your needs, it will build legacy. You passed the test, giving in the drought. Now you're about to live in the downpour. Not because you earned it, but because you endured it. And now, heaven responds, not with leftovers, but with overflow. Chapter 6. God saw you heal without closure. Some wounds don't bleed outward, they echo inward. And you, chosen one, learned how to walk with those kinds of wounds. The kind you don't explain to others because the details sound too vague, too intangible, too painful to repeat again. You were healing from something no one apologized for. From something you never truly understood, and yet, in the silence of it all, you grew. There was no dramatic conversation, nor confession, nor ribbon-tied ending. You waited for the call that never came. You prayed for the confrontation that never arrived. You imagined reconciliation, even wrote the script in your mind, but the scene never played, and so, you laid it at the feet of God. What kind of strength does it take to forgive when no one says, "I'm sorry"? What kind of maturity does it require to move forward with empty answers and a full heart? That strength, heaven says, is sacred, like Joseph in Genesis 50, standing before the same brothers who sold him into slavery, no longer asking why, but choosing to say, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." Joseph didn't get closure, he got perspective. And with that, he stepped into peace. Have you ever felt the ache of an unresolved ending? The torment of seeing people move on while you're left, holding the shards of trust they shattered? Could it be that your healing wasn't dependent on their apology, but on your release? Ira used to stare at the phone, waiting for a message that never arrived. She rehearsed responses in the dark, never sent, never heard. The day she deleted the thread wasn't the day she stopped caring. It was the day she decided her healing didn't require their involvement. That was the day her life moved forward. C.S. Lewis, the Oxford scholar and theologian, once wrote, "Getting over a painful experience is much like crossing monkey bars. You have to let go at some point in order to move forward. You've been there, hanging between pain and peace, and you finally let go, not because you stopped loving, but because you started living." In Psalm 147:3 it says, "He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds." And you, beloved, let Him. Even when your mind wanted clarity, your spirit chose restoration. Even when you could have demanded justice, You surrendered your wounds to the judge who sees everything. There's a woman named Elira who carried the grief of an abrupt abandonment by her closest friend. No fight, no warning, just silence. For years, the echo haunted her. Was it my fault? Did I miss something? Then one night, kneeling in worship, she whispered, "God, if they won't bring closure, then you be the closure." And something in her spirit exhaled. She got up lighter. The question still existed, but the weight no longer did. You rewrote messages, unsent them. You reimagined conversations, then released them. You didn't lose your voice. You gave your silence to God as an offering every time you prayed. "Help me let this go." God bent low to answer, not always with resolution, but always with resurrection. Have you asked yourself, will they ever know what they did? Do they even care? Why am I still thinking about this? What if the real victory isn't in getting answers, but in choosing to heal even when you don't? Jesus experienced it too. In Luke 23:34, hanging on the cross, bleeding from betrayal, abandonment, and mockery, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." He forgave what was never confessed. That's not just divine love, it's divine strategy. In Chile, the Puya Raimondii, also known as the Queen of the Andes, grows silently for over a century before blooming once spectacularly, then dying fulfilled. Healing without closure is like that. Years of silent growth that one day erupts into beauty no one expected. You gave your heartbreak to heaven and received wisdom in return. You laid down the ache and picked up peace. Your healing didn't come from a conversation. It came from consecration. Cairo, a former youth pastor, was betrayed by the very leader he once mentored. Rumors spread. The ministry turned cold. He was never defended. Years later, during a conference, the same leader wept and publicly admitted the betrayal, but by then, Cairo had already forgiven. The apology wasn't necessary for his freedom. It was simply a final sign of what God had already completed. Have you noticed it? You're not heavy like before, not guarded, not trying to prove anything. That's what divine healing does. It rewrites your identity. You're no longer the one who was left. You're the one God lifted. Now you walk freer. Not because the story was rewritten, but because the author gave you a new ending. Your healing has turned to help for others. What once broke you now builds others. What once haunted you now humbles you. Like the African rain frog, which doesn't croak loudly or leap gracefully, but survives by expanding in the soil and pressing itself into the ground until danger passes. You survived not by dramatic escape, but by quiet endurance. You didn't need a stage, you needed surrender. And now, you are walking in joy, not because they fixed it, but because God filled it. You are proof that heaven's healing goes deeper than human repair. Proof that you can thrive without a sorry. Proof that peace doesn't come from people, it comes from presence. Chosen one. Your closure came when you stopped waiting and started worshiping. You didn't get the ending you deserved. You got the beginning God ordained. Chapter 7. God is about to reward you openly. There is a moment in every divine story when heaven stops whispering and starts declaring. That moment, yours, is not coming. It has arrived. The silence that once felt like divine absence was actually the sound of divine preparation. And now, the reward that has been growing underground is about to break the surface publicly. You thought the prayers you whispered late at night had vanished into the dark. But they didn't vanish, they took root. Every one of them watered the soil of the unseen. Every act of kindness you gave while tired, unseen or broken, now carries the fragrance of faith. And faith, when surrendered to God, never goes unnoticed. Do you remember how often you gave without being thanked? How many times you stayed behind to clean up what others left behind quietly, faithfully? Could it be that your anonymity wasn't punishment, but preservation? Scripture says, "But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." Matthew 6:9. This is that reward. People only saw the smile. They didn't see the warfare behind it. They saw your posture, but not the price. But heaven saw both. You served when your body was tired. You encouraged others when you needed encouragement most. You lifted up others while your own arms felt heavy. And God, who never sleeps, watched every step in the still corners of her life. Ayana kept showing up to the children's shelter where she worked, even when her rent was late, even when she grieved in silence after losing her brother. She brought laughter to those kids. For years, no one knew what she was going through. But one day, a private donor, moved by her quiet service, funded a new wing in her name. It was never about the building. It was about the witness. Archbishop Oscar Romero, who stood for justice in El Salvador, once said, "Peace is not the product of terror or fear. Peace is the product of justice." And you, through your choices in the shadows, have lived with that kind of justice. You planted peace while others planted ambition. You sowed integrity when others sowed strategy. And now, heaven is responding with righteous release. You weren't being ignored. You were being hidden in the cleft of the rock. Like Moses in Exodus 33, God placed his hand over you, not to restrain you, but to protect you until the time was right. And now the time is here. He's about to pass by with favor so undeniable that even your enemies will have to bow not to you, but to the God who lifted you. Have you wondered if the seeds you sowed in silence would ever grow? Have you questioned if your waiting was wasted? What if the years of hidden obedience weren't delay but divine design? Elias, a mechanic in a small town, quietly used his Saturdays to fix cars for single mothers, never charging a cent. He prayed over their engines while fixing their brakes. One day, a journalist caught wind of his work and featured him nationally. Donations poured in, and a garage was built in his name, free for the community. But Elias didn't care for the cameras. He simply said, "God saw me when no one else did." That was always enough. Avri, in Galatians 6:9, it is written, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Chosen one, you didn't give up. You didn't give in. And now, the harvest is not just coming, it's being announced. There's a phenomenon in nature called crown shyness, a mysterious space between the tops of tall trees where their branches do not touch. Though they grow closely together, they each leave room for light. You've grown like that, not competing, not crowding, just rising, in reverence and restraint. And now, the light is breaking through. God is about to reward you, not to boost your ego, but to fulfill his covenant. The table he's prepared has your name carved into it, not as decoration, but as destiny. You didn't earn it through perfection. You inherited it through surrender. This isn't for performance. It's for proof. proof that hidden obedience is not forgotten, that secret sacrifice is still sacred, that when you choose purity over popularity, heaven writes it down in ink that never fades. Have you noticed how quickly things are starting to shift? How what once felt locked is now opening? Could it be that God has waited until now not to delay you, but to deliver you at a time where no man can take the credit? You're about to sit in rooms where your name was once dismissed. You're about to receive blessings that no networking, striving, or self-promotion could have earned. Why? Because your reward is covenant, not coincidence. There is a kind of favor that follows fire, the fire of refinement, the fire of waiting, the fire of trust. And you've walked through it, not flawlessly, but faithfully. And faithfulness is all God ever required. Don't apologize for the season that's about to unfold. Don't shrink for those who chose shortcuts while you chose sanctification. This isn't a spotlight, it's a sign, a divine signal that your yes in secret has become heaven's decree in public. Chosen one. Your reward is not a surprise, it's a signature. God is writing his name on your life in bold, and what he's opening now, no one can shut. Chosen one. Now that heaven is preparing to reward you in full view, there is something sacred you must understand. This is not just a harvest, it is a holy unveiling. What is being returned to you is not merely a repayment for tears, silence, sacrifice, and hidden labor. It is a revelation of who you've become in the shadows. Just as David was anointed in private long before he was crowned in public, what you endured in obscurity shaped your authority. The open reward is never simply about what is given, it is about what has been forged inside of you. You are not stepping into visibility because you needed validation. You are stepping into it because God can now trust you to remain unshaken by it. He knows you will not worship the light that shines on you, but the light that burns within you. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, so that at the proper time he may exalt you. 1 Peter 5:6. That is why the reward is not a throne, but a mantle. It's not to crown you in glory, but to cover you in responsibility. Heaven is not elevating you to be admired. It is positioning you to become a living sign of surrender. What if the elevation wasn't the miracle, but the mirror? For so long, you watered dry ground with nothing but hope. You loved without return, gave without recognition, obeyed without clarity, like Elijah in the wilderness, fed only by ravens and prayers. You became a vessel in famine, a well when you were thirsty, an intercessor while you were bleeding. You never asked to be great, you just refused to quit. You never sought attention, you just stayed faithful. And now, as doors begin to open and eyes begin to turn toward you, know this: what's coming is not a performance, it's a procession. The world will see what heaven has been nurturing all along, but the favor will come with a fire. The reward will come with a requirement, and the blessing will come with a burden of holiness. Can you carry the weight of visibility without craving the praise it brings? This is not a time to rush. This is not a time to explain. This is a time to walk softly, because the ground you are stepping on is sacred. You are carrying a testimony that is not for sale. You are carrying oil that came through pressing. Joseph walked this same ground, betrayed by blood, falsely accused, forgotten in prison, until God's appointed time brought him to Pharaoh's court. That unveiling wasn't about status, it was about assignment. Do you know what it costs to wear what God has placed on you? You are walking into rooms that are not about status, they are about strategy. People will look at you and wonder, how did they get here? But you will not owe them an answer. Your scars will testify. Your humility will whisper what your mouth never needs to say. This was not me. This was God. You are being sent, not to display your story, but to deliver His. When Harriet Tubman led slaves to freedom through midnight forests, she didn't carry a crown, she carried conviction. She didn't speak for applause, she moved by divine instinct. Could it be that your silence was training, not punishment? The blue poppy blooms only in the rare air of Himalayan altitudes, not because it's showy, but because it has learned to thrive in silence where few can reach. You are that flower. God allowed you to be hidden, not because you were unworthy of the stage, but because the world was not yet worthy of the weight you carry. But now, the hour has arrived, not to chase platforms, but to carry presence. Your Father, who sees in secret, will reward you openly. Matthew Shesh. The light is shifting toward you, not to glorify your name, but to magnify His mercy through your life. So, move with reverence. Speak with intentionality. Guard your heart as the favor flows. Because when heaven rewards a soul that stayed faithful in secret, that reward becomes a sound that breaks generational curses, a sound that lifts others from silence, a sound that proclaims the fear of God louder than the applause of men. Do you realize that the favor on your life is not for your comfort, but for God's glory? You are not being promoted. You are being revealed. You are not being lifted to be seen. You are being lifted because you were willing to kneel when no one else would. And now, the same God who saw you kneel is calling you to rise, not just with glory, but with gravity. You are not the same. You have been remade through holy endurance. Have you noticed how much softer your spirit became while the world grew colder? A woman named Lila worked years as a hospice nurse, silently comforting the dying when no one else would come. She was never on stages, but in rooms filled with tears, holding hands as people passed into eternity. No cameras, no credit. Yet when her hospital recognized her service, she wept, not from pride, but from the memory of every soul she'd served. Her reward wasn't the plaque, it was the peace. Could it be that God was writing your legacy in silence so the noise wouldn't distort it? And this is the season where heaven is no longer silent about you. God is speaking through you now, and no one, no system, no enemy, no lie, and no shadow can cancel what He has already spoken in secret. The reward was never the goal. The reward is the proof that you stayed in His hands when you had every reason to run, that you remained soft in a world gone cold, that you gave Him your yes without knowing the outcome. And now, chosen one, He is placing you in full view, not as a trophy of success, but as a testimony of surrender, like Esther, who was elevated not for comfort, but for deliverance. You are not standing here by accident. What if the spotlight was never about fame, but about intercession? What if your visibility is the beginning of someone else's freedom? You thought your story was staying in the shadows, but the light has found you, not because you chased it, but because you carried it. What heaven is doing now is not a surprise, it's a response. A divine unfolding for a soul that refused to unravel. You didn't promote yourself. You didn't strive. You didn't manipulate outcomes. You simply remained rooted. And now the fruit will speak. This reward was never about proving yourself. It was about proving the faithfulness of God through you. And what's coming is not temporary. It's generational. You are walking into recompense. Not just for what you did, but for what you endured, for what you healed from in silence, for what you obeyed without evidence. And before we close this sacred path, it's only right that we pause not to perform, but to pray. Father in heaven, I lift up this chosen one before you, the one who didn't stop showing up when the crowd grew silent, the one who kept walking even when the road was empty, the one who believed in your promise even when the evidence disappeared. Lord, you alone know the depth of their sacrifice, the weight of their yes, the quiet moments when they cried out in exhaustion but still said, "Not my will, but yours be done." You alone saw the invisible altar they built, not with stone, but with surrender. And now I ask you, Abba, honor it. Stretch out your hand and pour oil on every dry place. Saturate their soul with the peace that passes understanding. Heal what they didn't have words to explain. Restore what was broken in silence. Rebuild the years they thought were wasted. Redeem the days they mourned in private. Let nothing be lost, not one tear, not one prayer, not one step of obedience. Lord, I thank you for the seasons they endured without applause. I thank you for the integrity they protected when no one else was watching. I thank you for the inner victories they won when everything around them said they should have quit. Multiply what they gave. Elevate what they buried. Breathe on what they thought was forgotten. And crown what was consecrated in pain. Surround them with relationships rooted in truth, loyalty, honor, and holy alignment. Raise up people who see their heart without distortion, who hear their spirit without suspicion, who walk beside them without condition. Let divine connections locate them, now not by chance, but by covenant. Father, anoint them with wisdom beyond their years. Let their tongue drip with clarity, their hands build with purity, and their footsteps echo with legacy where they were once overlooked. Let them now overflow where they were once hidden. Let them now be held in honor where they were once betrayed. Let them now be entrusted, and when the doors swing open, let them walk in with the same humility they carried in the dark. And Lord, may they never forget the power of the secret place. May they return to your feet even when the reward arrives. May their worship grow louder than their platform, their gratitude exceed their gifting, and their character always outrun their calling. Seal them now with the fire of your Spirit. Mark them with uncommon favor. Let their name be carried in the mouth of angels and protected in the council of heaven. May their story shake systems. May their healing set captives free. May their voice carry your presence. And may their life become an altar for generations to encounter you. We declare this now not as a wish, but as a decree, not by might, not by power, but by your Spirit, in the name of Jesus, who saw them in the wilderness and called them chosen. We say, Amen. And now, chosen one, as the final words of prayer echo softly in the chambers of heaven, we come to the closing chapter of this divine journey. But make no mistake, this is not an ending. This is a beginning, a holy unveiling, a long-awaited rising. Everything you've just walked through, every chapter, every sentence, every breath of this series has not just been content, it has been confirmation. God has not merely observed you, He has been preparing you, and now, what He whispered in secret, He is about to declare aloud. You didn't need a spotlight to prove your value. You didn't need applause to validate your growth. While others chased platforms, you were building altars. While others sought attention, you sought His face. While others were performing, you were persevering. And because of that, the reward, now coming to you, is not one you earned, It's one you were chosen for. It is holy. It is sealed. It is irreversible. Heaven never lost track of your name, even when the world overlooked you. Heaven recorded you in its highest places. There is a reward for those who love in silence, who serve without thanks, who keep building with bloody hands and a pure heart. You, chosen one, have done all of that, and more. You kept showing up when you were exhausted. You kept giving when your own soul was starving. You kept worshiping while your heart was breaking. You kept forgiving without apology. And you kept walking forward with nothing but God's word in your hand. That kind of obedience shakes realms. That kind of faith cannot be stolen. And that kind of story cannot go unrewarded. You have reached the threshold. The doorway has cracked. The oil is beginning to pour. But hear this, you are not rising to prove anything to anyone. You are rising because you've been faithful in the fire. And now, God is bringing you out, not with ashes on your head, but with a crown of glory, not just with answers, but with anointing, not just with blessing, but with authority. This is the reward of those who endure. And if this sacred journey has spoken to your spirit, if the Holy Spirit has whispered through these words, and you've felt seen, known, and uplifted, I want to ask you respond, not to me, but to the divine echo within you. If this message has reminded you that you are chosen, liked by heaven, and remembered by God, then don't keep it to yourself. Click the like button, not as a gesture of approval, but as a sign that you recognize heaven has marked you. Share this with someone still walking through their wilderness. You never know whose life might be healed by a single sentence you send. Comment below and tell me which chapter shook you, healed you, or confirmed something you were afraid to hope for. Your testimony matters here. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss what heaven may be about to speak next. And if you feel led, only if it's in your heart, you can support this channel through super thanks. Whether it's a seed of gratitude, an offering of agreement, or a simple act of love, I receive it with humility. But know this deeply, whether you give or not, you are valued, you are honored, you are seen. This isn't just a channel. This is a sanctuary, a place where the wounded come to remember they are warriors, a space where the chosen come to be reminded that they are not alone. You are family here. You are royalty here. And I thank you truly, deeply. Thank you for walking this road with me. Your presence is the offering that makes this work worth it. And now, I speak this final blessing over you. Chosen one, may your hands never be empty again. May your spirit never run dry. May the fire of heaven burn through your soul with renewed purpose. May every enemy that mocked your stillness witness your sudden rise. May peace find you in the morning and strength greet you at night. May restoration knock at your door and recompense flood your field. May you never question again whether God saw you, because this moment is proof that he did. Go forward now, not timidly, but with holy boldness. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not just called, you are kept. May your name be wrapped in grace. May your story be wrapped in glory. And may your future be wrapped in divine fulfillment. Until we meet again, may heaven speak your name with joy. And may the world one day say, surely, that one walked with God. Amen. And thank you. Chosen ones, welcome. Whether you know it yet or not, you've just stepped into something sacred. You're not here by accident. There's a reason this message found its way to you. Not last week, not next month, but now. In the middle of everything pulling for your attention, this one found you. Not because of the algorithm, but because of alignment. This is more than a moment. It's a divine interruption, a holy collision between your spirit and God's timing. You may not even know why your heart suddenly feels wide open, why your breath is deeper, why your tears are closer, but your soul knows. It has felt this stirring in the silence, this pressure beneath your ribs, that sacred unease that tells you something is shifting, but you just haven't been able to name it. So allow me to name it for you. Heaven has made a decision, and you, beloved, are at the center of it. Yes, you, the one who's been overlooked, the one who's doubted the very oil God trusted you to carry, the one who got used to hiding not because you're weak, but because the world wasn't ready. But hear this, God can't hide it any longer. While you were busy shrinking, heaven was issuing a ruling. While you were wondering if you missed it, heaven was finalizing your release. And now the veil is lifting, not because you forced your way forward, but because God said so. What if everything that went quiet in your life wasn't punishment, but protection? What if every delay was actually divine shielding? What if you weren't being punished, you were being preserved? You see, there comes a moment in the life of every chosen one where heaven stops whispering and begins declaring. And that moment is now. You don't have to make noise to be seen. When heaven decides, the earth must adjust. If something in you already knows this is the word you didn't even know you were waiting for, comment 777 as a declaration, not to impress, but to align, to say, yes, Lord, I hear you, I receive. And before we go further, let me pause to say thank you. Thank you to each of you who has stood with this sacred assignment, not just with your views or your prayers, but with your generosity, especially those who've poured into this work through super thanks. Your support is not just noticed, it is honored. You are part of what God is building here. You are helping create space for revelation to reach those who are starving for clarity. Thank you, truly, from the depths of my heart. Now take a breath. Let everything around you go quiet, because what you're about to receive is not just encouragement. It is confirmation. It is revelation. It is a release. Because here's what you must ask yourself now. Are you ready for what heaven has already decided about you? Can you carry what God has been preparing in you now that He refuses to let it stay hidden? Because what's coming next won't let you return to who you used to be. The hiding is over, the seal is broken, and the time has come. Let's go deeper, because heaven is not asking anymore. He's revealing. God's chosen ones, God can't hide it any longer. Heaven has decided. They told you that struggle meant you took a wrong turn, that pain must be a punishment, that the pressure on your life was proof of failure. But what if the opposite has always been true? What if the spiritual warfare, the resistance, and the exhaustion you've endured weren't signs that something is broken, but signals that heaven has decided to break you open for purpose? Can you sense the difference between being crushed and being carved? When gold is drawn from the earth, it doesn't gleam, it groans. It is heated, hammered, and purified in the furnace until the impurities rise to the top. That is what's happening to you, not because you are being punished, but because you are being prepared. Does your soul recognize the weight of what's coming? Because God only refines what He intends to reveal. He only stretches what He intends to send. The prophet Jeremiah's calling didn't begin with celebration, but with the tension of being too young, too unqualified. And yet God told him, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you," Jeremiah 1:5. You are not here by chance. You're marked by eternal intent. Pressure doesn't mean you're off course. It means heaven has marked your steps. Why would the enemy attack a destiny that wasn't dangerous? Why would the fire intensify if you were heading nowhere? Jesus himself faced 40 days of wilderness right after his baptism. No applause, just hunger, testing and temptation. And yet, it was in that desert that his power was revealed, not destroyed. Do you see now? Sometimes the attack is not a sign of disapproval, but divine confirmation. Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Catholic leader known for his deep contemplative theology, once wrote, "Silence is more important than any other human work. It is the place where God is born within us." But silence doesn't feel holy when you're under pressure, does it? It feels like absence. It feels like you're forgotten. But could it be that the silence you're experiencing is sacred? That God is not hiding from you, but hiding you? Like David, who was anointed king, but sent right back to the pasture. Like Esther, who was hidden in the palace until her voice became a weapon that saved a nation. One young woman named Eliana used to think struggle meant she missed God's will. At 26, she lost everything: her job, her fiancé, her health. But in the quiet months that followed, she began painting again, and what started as therapy became prophetic art that moved thousands online. She realized she wasn't being punished. She was being purified. You see, sometimes purpose emerges from ashes, not applause. And Moses, he wasn't crowned the moment he left Egypt. He was exiled into the wilderness for 40 years. But in that isolation, God gave him the encounter of a burning bush, the same fire that now burns in you. Exodus 3:2 reminds us, the bush was on fire, but it was not consumed. Just like you. You've been burning, but you've not been destroyed, because what's inside you is stronger than what's around you. Visualize a seed buried deep in the soil. It fights darkness, pressure, and silence, but only because it carries new life. You are that seed. And the pressure isn't punishment, it's the pressurization of destiny. Could it be that what's making you feel buried is actually what's positioning you to break forth? World-renowned opera singer Leontine Price, the first African-American soprano to achieve international acclaim at the Metropolitan Opera, once said, "I know I'm on the right path because things stopped being easy." And yet, she never stopped. Because calling doesn't come wrapped in comfort. It's dressed in contradiction. You've cried over the misunderstanding. You've bled through the delay. You've ached under the silence. But every scar is a seal. Every wound is a witness. Struggle has been heaven's way of telling you, I'm not hiding this anymore. God can't hide his hand on you. Heaven has decided, and the preparation is proof. There's a holy tension that comes with being chosen. You can feel it in the weight of silence, in the pressure that never seems to lift, in the crushing moments when everything familiar begins to fall apart. But have you ever watched a potter at the wheel? The clay doesn't fight the hands that press it. It yields, trusting that the pressure is not for its destruction, but for its design. Can you feel that same pressure molding your life? Could it be that the heaviness you've carried is actually the holy sculpting of your soul? Your struggle is not random. It's the choreography of divinity. God isn't punishing you. He's producing something through you, just as the potter's hands stay close during the most difficult parts of the shaping. Heaven hasn't let go. There is a rhythm to the remolding, and right now you are in the center of that sacred spin. Why does the reshaping hurt so much? Because everything that is not aligned with your divine assignment must be stripped away. Purpose has no room for excess weight. In Jeremiah 18:4, the word of God tells us, "But the pot he was shaping from the clay was marred in his hands, so the potter formed it into another pot, shaping it as seemed best to him." The clay wasn't rejected because of its flaw, it was reformed. This is not the end of your story, it's the restructuring of it. Brokenness in the eyes of heaven is not failure. It is the very invitation to be made new. Can you trust that the crack in your soul is not a curse, but a cavity where glory will pour in? Remember Peter, the one who denied Jesus 3 times. Many thought he was disqualified, a coward, a lost cause. But after the resurrection, Jesus met him with grace, not guilt. And that same Peter became the rock upon which the early church would rise. Your cracks do not cancel your calling. They confirm it. Do you see now? The flaw doesn't disqualify you. It redirects you toward the form God had in mind all along. In the 20th century, Japanese sculptor Isamu Noguchi, known for his organic modernist works, once shared that he intentionally included slight imperfections in his art to honor the beauty of incompleteness. He believed perfection could not reflect the full truth of humanity. What if your divine purpose is not in spite of your scars, but because of them? What if your flaw is the fingerprint of your calling? Alessandro, a former Italian architect, spent 12 years building his dream home in the countryside. Then, an unexpected flood destroyed half of it. He wept for weeks, but instead of abandoning the rubble, he began again, this time integrating salvaged materials into a new design. What emerged was a home that won international awards for its resilience and eco-conscious beauty. He later said, "What I thought was the ruin of my dream became the frame for a new one." When the potter sees a crack, he doesn't curse the clay. He presses deeper. He moistens it again. He works it until it yields. This is what God is doing with you. He's not throwing you away. He's seeing something in you no one else can. The pressure isn't punishment. It's the pulse of purpose. Every setback is a softening. Every delay is divine alignment. Why would the Creator invest this much care into something he didn't plan to crown? Nature speaks this same truth. The pearl is not born from ease but from irritation. Inside the shell, the oyster suffers from the grain of sand, but instead of rejecting it, it wraps the wound in layers of beauty. Over time, what began as pain becomes treasure. Isn't that what's happening in you? That irritation, that loss, that betrayal, it's the grain, and you're becoming the pearl. Jesus spoke often in parables about seeds, soil, and transformation, but perhaps the most personal transformation happened at Gethsemane, where Jesus himself was pressed like the olive in the oil press, in Luke 22:44. And, being in anguish, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. The pressure didn't break him, it birthed redemption for the world. Can you see that your own Gethsemane isn't the grave? It's the gateway. So here you are, spinning, pressed, misunderstood, but still in his hands, still on the wheel, still chosen. The vision God has for you is not some abstract hope. It's alive, and he is shaping you to match it. Chosen one, the cracks are not the end. They are proof the potter is near. There's a sacred clue hidden inside your pressure. You're still in his hands. If you were disposable, heaven wouldn't bother. But the shaping, the squeezing, the stretching, it means you're chosen for something precious. The weight is evidence. The discomfort is confirmation. If your life was meant to remain ordinary, you wouldn't be encountering this kind of spiritual resistance. Could it be that your struggle is heaven's secret signal of elevation? Elevation doesn't announce itself with trumpets. Sometimes it tiptoes in dressed as disruption. The very area that makes you tremble is often the doorway to your transformation. The tough conversation you've been avoiding? It may be the threshold to freedom. That dream you shelved out of fear. It could be the divine spark awaiting your yes. Why does the place that calls you forward also feel like the place you want to run from? Look at Gideon. When the angel of the Lord called him mighty warrior, he was hiding in a winepress, terrified. He wasn't seeking battle, he was avoiding it, and yet that hidden place became the very altar where his calling was revealed. Judges 6. Are you hiding in a winepress of fear while heaven is calling you into war? What if your most anxious corner is where your anointing is hiding? British philosopher and theologian G.K. Chesterton once said, "Courage is almost a contradiction in terms. It means a strong desire to live taking the form of a readiness to die." Are you ready to let the old fears die so the new fire can live? Because what you're dodging might be what you're destined for. Avoidance is a seductive illusion. It offers temporary comfort but robs you of eternal purpose. One young man named Andre had avoided leadership all his life. Raised in a home where no one listened to his voice, he learned early on to blend into the background. But after a car accident nearly claimed his life at 33, he began mentoring teens in his neighborhood. What started as informal meetups turned into a citywide youth movement. When asked why he finally stepped up, he said, "I stopped avoiding the mirror and started becoming the man I was praying for." Scripture affirms this mystery in 2 Timothy 1:7. "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." So where is your fear coming from if not from Him? What if the fear is actually the enemy's last defense, guarding the gate to your greatness? Moses avoided Egypt for 40 years because of his shame and past failure. But when God called him from the burning bush, He didn't ask Moses to be fearless. He asked him to trust. The path back to purpose always passes through the places we fear most. And what if that's true for you? What if the place you once failed is the very place you're meant to reign? Meadowlarks don't sing in stillness, they sing in storms. And yet their song is clear, their tone undeterred. Could it be that your voice will only emerge when the pressure reaches its peak? Your silence might have been your survival, but now your roar is overdue. You weren't created to cower. You were forged to carry light through chaos. Pope John Paul II, a moral and spiritual leader who rose from the ruins of Nazi-occupied Poland, once told a generation ravaged by war and fear, "Do not be afraid. Open wide the doors for Christ." He wasn't speaking as someone untouched by pain. He was calling from the center of pressure and offering proof that faith grows stronger under fire. You, chosen one, may have been avoiding rejection because it once scarred you. But heaven is reminding you that even Jesus was rejected by His own, and yet He still became the cornerstone. You may fear responsibility because carrying weight once made your knees buckle. But that doesn't mean you're not built to lift nations. Obedience may feel uncomfortable because it requires surrender. But isn't surrender the gate through which glory enters? Psalm 34 verse 4 speaks directly to your heart. "I sought the Lord, and He answered me. He delivered me from all my fears." So if fear is still speaking, then deliverance must be near. Because God doesn't tease His children, He trains them, and He's using your discomfort to unveil your design. You've been wrestling with old habits that kept you safe in small spaces. But the version of you God is calling forth cannot fit in that cage. Chosen one, the pressure isn't crushing you, it's clarifying you. And what once felt like a threat is now the trumpet of your time. Let's be honest, the very thing you've been dodging may be the divine gate carved just for your launching. The door you keep tiptoeing around, it's not there to intimidate you, it's there to invite you. Could it be that the discomfort you keep labeling as danger is actually the terrain of your destiny? What if heaven designed that gate not to frighten you, but to form you? Jonah didn't run because he didn't believe in God. He ran because the assignment revealed a version of himself he wasn't ready to meet. God told him to go to Nineveh, a city dark with corruption, and deliver a word of repentance. But Jonah fled in the opposite direction. Why? Because calling rarely comes dressed in comfort. It arrives with the tension of obedience. Are you running from something because it looks too big for who you think you are? What Jonah didn't realize was that God wasn't just assigning him a task, He was awakening his true identity. This wasn't random, it was revelation. The storm that followed Jonah's rebellion wasn't wrath, it was realignment. Jonah 1:4 says, "Then the Lord sent a great wind on the sea, and such a violent storm arose that the ship threatened to break up." And yet, that storm didn't destroy Jonah, it delivered him. What if the chaos you're facing is heaven's rescue plan disguised as turbulence? God's mercy was louder than Jonah's rebellion. His calling was stronger than Jonah's resistance. Could the same be true for you? Have you confused divine redirection with failure? The storm you thought would sink you might actually be carrying you back to the very place you've been avoiding, because that place is the platform for your true voice. Malala Yousafzai, a Pakistani activist for girls' education and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, once said, "I tell my story not because it is unique, but because it is the story of many girls." She too was called to a Nineveh, into territories where her voice was not welcomed, but her boldness in discomfort awakened a movement. What if the place you fear is the very stage God has chosen to multiply your influence? One woman named Karina worked for years as a nurse, but always sensed a tug toward chaplaincy. She postponed the shift for nearly a decade, afraid of stepping into pastoral spaces that lacked financial stability. But after praying with a terminally ill patient who whispered, "Thank you for helping me see God today," something broke open inside her. Karina finally stepped into her calling and has now helped hundreds cross over into peace. The place she avoided? It was the gate to her true anointing. Jonah's running didn't cancel the call. It simply postponed the breakthrough. And even then, God's mercy made sure the delay wasn't permanent. In Jonah 2:6, after being swallowed by the fish, he prays, "To the roots of the mountains I sank down, the earth beneath barred me in forever. But you, Lord my God, brought my life up from the pit." What Jonah thought was the end was really an altar. The whale wasn't punishment, it was protection. The storm wasn't wrath, it was wisdom. God didn't let Jonah drown because Jonah's voice was still needed in Nineveh. And you, chosen one, are no different. You've been wrestling with assignments that scare you, resisting places that require all of you. But what if those very spaces were designed to deliver the version of you that's been hidden too long? Hawks don't learn to soar by staying in the nest, they're pushed. And that push looks like peril to the untrained eye. But to the mother hawk, it's survival training. Could it be that heaven is pushing you because you've outgrown the ground beneath your feet? Bishop T.D. Jakes once thundered, "If you can't figure out your purpose, figure out your passion, for your passion will lead you right into your purpose." That passion you've ignored. It's not fantasy, it's prophetic. It's the seed of your Nineveh. The gate you fear to walk through is the one that will awaken generations. Chosen one, what if the thing you've been postponing is the thing you were born to release? Heaven isn't angry at you, it's aligned with you. That storm you're facing, it's not there to break you, it's heaven's refusal to let you miss your moment. And the same divine truth applies to you, chosen one. The thing that feels unbearable may actually be your holiest responsibility. That place you've been hesitating to enter, the conversation, the calling, the decision you've delayed, could be the very soil where your purpose has been planted in secret. What if you've been mistaking intimidation for invitation? What if the very thing you're avoiding is the sacred path heaven has carved just for your becoming? You weren't born to dodge fire. You were born to carry it. There is a holy blaze inside you that was never meant to be dimmed by fear. Are you confusing intensity with misalignment? What if the fire isn't a threat to your destiny, but the forge of it? God never promised you ease. He promised you significance. And significant callings always come with sacred cost. Abraham was asked to leave everything familiar, family, country, comfort, for a promise he couldn't yet see. And in Genesis 12:1, the Lord said, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." He wasn't sent with a map, he was sent with a mandate. Are you waiting for guarantees before you move, when God is asking for faith? Purpose will never fit into your comfort zone. It requires you to leave behind what once protected you in order to become what will sustain others. On the other side of that discomfort is clarity. Beyond that sacrifice is your truest identity. You'll never find out who you really are while playing it safe. Destiny doesn't unfold in shallow waters. It demands that you step out of the boat. When a blacksmith wants to craft a sword, he doesn't just heat it once. He plunges it into the fire over and over, striking and shaping it until the blade becomes unbreakable. The heat is not a mistake, it's the method. What if your fire is not a punishment, but a prophecy in progress? Isaiah 48:10 affirms this when God says, "I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." Florence Nightingale, the pioneering nurse who revolutionized modern healthcare, once declared, "I attribute my success to this. I never gave or took any excuse." In the face of war, disease, and institutional resistance, she walked into the fire of human suffering and changed history. She didn't wait for permission. She walked into purpose. There was a man named Jalen who dreamed of becoming a counselor, but he had struggled with depression for years and believed no one would trust a broken healer. One night, after helping a stranger on the subway who was on the verge of suicide, the man whispered, "You saved my life just by being honest." That moment broke Jalen's silence. He enrolled in school the next month and now helps others climb out of the same pit he once feared would define him. You may be carrying pain, but it is not without purpose. Look at Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, 3 men who were literally thrown into fire for their faith. But Daniel 3:25 tells us something wild. "Look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." The fire didn't destroy them, it revealed divine presence. Could it be that God is closest not in your comfort, but in your confrontation? Eagles were born to soar above storms, not hide from them, but their wings are only strengthened by the turbulence they ride through. That storm you're flying into, it's not there to break you, it's the altitude training of the anointed. Your fire is not your enemy, it's your evidence. It proves that something holy is being forged. So stop running from it. Run into it. The flame that frightens you is the very one that will purify you. And what emerges on the other side of that fire won't be the same version of you that entered. It will be the refined you, the royal you, the ready you. Now lean in. This is sacred. If metal could speak while under the blacksmith's hammer, it would cry out in protest. Why this heat? Why this pain? Why this pressure? But the blacksmith doesn't panic. He doesn't pause. He presses forward, not out of cruelty, but out of vision, because he sees not the current shape of the metal, but the strength it will carry once forged. Could it be that the pain you're experiencing is not because God has abandoned you, but because he's activating what's been buried? The blacksmith never apologizes to the metal. He doesn't soothe it with comfort. He shapes it with clarity. Why? Because he's not creating a decoration. He's forging a weapon. Are you starting to see the parallel now? What if you were never designed for display but for battle? What if your bruises are not blemishes but badges in the making? This is exactly how God sees you. He's not molding you for applause. He's equipping you for assignment. He's not softening you with ease. He's sharpening you with endurance. God isn't invested in your comfort. He's committed to your capacity. He's building you into someone who can carry prophetic weight, wield truth with discernment, and stand in rooms where your voice isn't just heard, it shifts atmospheres. Joseph, the dreamer in Genesis, was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and falsely imprisoned. Not once, but repeatedly. And yet, each place of pain was actually a platform of preparation. Genesis 50:20 gives us the perspective only time can reveal. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Could your current discomfort be constructing the palace you're meant to rule? Letitia James, the first black woman elected as New York's Attorney General, once shared that it wasn't the victories that shaped her, but the battles. The hardship taught me to stand up straight, even when others hoped I would bow. Her formation didn't happen in ease, it was birthed in resistance. What if your formation is following that same rhythm? There's a woman named Mireille who used to believe her sensitivity was a weakness. In every meeting, every relationship, she felt too raw, too emotional. But after losing her father and navigating the grief without numbing herself, she realized her tears were a portal, not a problem. Today, she's a grief doula, helping others walk through loss with sacred language. Her pain didn't disqualify her, it qualified her. 1 Peter 1:7 declares, "These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold." The trial isn't to burn you down, it's to burn away what no longer belongs. Could it be that the real version of you is only visible when everything artificial melts off? You might not realize it yet, but the fire you're in is sacred. It's not punishment, it's promotion in disguise. It's not judgment, it's the judgment seat of your own next level. And like a sword being pressed on every side, what's being revealed in you is not weakness, it's weaponry. This is heaven's classroom. This is where your ego is reduced, your discernment is sharpened, and your divine authority is sealed. Trees don't strengthen during harvest, they strengthen during storms. It's the wind that deepens the root system. What if your storm is the signal that your foundation is being fortified? You are not breaking, you are being built. Look at Jesus in the wilderness. After fasting 40 days, he faced 3 direct temptations from the enemy. And yet, he didn't respond with emotion. He responded with scripture. His time in the desert was not a detour. It was divine certification. He left that place in the power of the Spirit. Luke 4:14. What if your dry season is actually your divine endorsement? So yes, God allows the furnace, but not to scar you, to seal you. You are being branded by glory. You are being refined to rise. And once this forging is complete, you won't just survive. You'll walk into spaces where your anointing will speak before you do. The flame is forming the future. This is why God allows the heat, not to destroy you, but to define you, not to wound you, but to wake you. The furnace isn't the end of your purpose, it's the birthplace of it. Isaiah 48:10 doesn't dress this reality in metaphor. It says plainly, "See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." This isn't symbolic poetry, it's spiritual technology. The fire is real. The affliction is real. But so is the refinement. Chosen one, has it occurred to you that what you're calling a breakdown is actually a breakthrough in disguise? That the pressure you're trying to pray away is heaven's prescription for promotion? What if the tears you've been shedding are watering the soil where your new life is forming? Avoiding the fire only delays the formation, and you cannot be strengthened for your future while skipping the forging of your now. David didn't become a king by bypassing the cave. He learned royalty in rejection. He was anointed long before he wore a crown, but it was the wilderness that taught him how to carry the oil. Psalm 66:10 echoes this truth. For you, God, tested us, you refined us like silver. The refining is not punishment, it's permission to carry more. Too many ask to ascend without first learning how to stand in the flame. But heaven never trusts the untested, and God cannot place weight on what hasn't been weathered. Can you be trusted with the next level if you resist the fire of this one? Can you be given influence if your character hasn't been scorched clean of ego? What if the very thing that's exhausting you is what's exalting you? Oprah Winfrey, media mogul and philanthropist, once said in a rare interview, Turn your wounds into wisdom. Before she became a global voice, she was fired from her first reporting job for being too emotional. But the very vulnerability they criticized became the foundation of her empire. Are you still trying to hide the very trait God is trying to highlight? A young man named Tobias once felt like giving up ministry after losing both parents within 6 months. He stopped preaching. He stopped praying. But during a quiet walk past a homeless man singing an old hymn, something inside Tobias cracked. The fire that had died out was suddenly reignited. He returned to the pulpit, not with polished theology, but with raw power. What if your lowest point becomes your loudest testimony? The truth is this: praying to escape the fire is a misunderstanding of the assignment. It's not about avoidance, it's about endurance. Because the flame is forging a version of you that can carry the weight of glory. Not a fragile fantasy version of you, but a fortified, heaven-approved you. Can you endure the heat long enough to see who you truly are? The Chinese bamboo tree is a mystery in nature. For the first 4 years, it barely grows above the soil. No visible movement, no dramatic change. But in the 5th year, it can shoot up over 80 feet in just weeks. Why? Because during those quiet years, its roots were growing deep, anchoring it to survive its own rapid rise. What if this season of waiting, pressure, and obscurity is your root-building year? Jesus wept in Gethsemane, not out of weakness, but out of the weight of obedience. He wasn't resisting the fire. He was preparing for the glory on the other side of it. Luke 22:42 records his surrender. Father, if you are willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours be done. Do you feel the fire in that sentence? That's not resignation. That's revelation. That's divine readiness. So, chosen one, hear this like a trumpet from heaven. You're not being buried, you're being planted. That pressure isn't the end, it's the womb. The silence isn't abandonment, it's gestation. And the fatigue you feel isn't weakness, it's the cost of transformation. Your roots are being deepened for the height you're about to reach, and soon the same fire that tested you will testify of you. Pain isn't always punishment. Sometimes it walks into your life as a professor, dressed in disruption but carrying wisdom in its hands. The tears you never planned to cry, they often water the soil of your deepest becoming. And what if those tears weren't interruptions, but initiations? What if the very moment you wanted to escape was the exact classroom heaven chose for your transformation? God allows the fire, the delay, the uncomfortable stretching, not as torment, but as a tailor. Could the discomfort be God adjusting you for a destiny that fits too powerfully to wear while shrinking? You're not just going through hardship, you're growing through it. But do you recognize the growth when it looks like grief? Can you trust the process when it looks like pain? Spiritual growth rarely happens in the sunlight of the mountaintop. It happens in the shadows of the valley, in the silence of the prison, in the quiet rooms where faith is forced to wrestle, not just worship. When Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused by Potiphar's wife, and left to rot in a prison he didn't deserve, it looked like failure after failure. But in heaven's view, it was formation. Can you still believe you're being promoted even when it feels like you've been buried? Genesis 50:20 holds one of the most redemptive declarations in all of Scripture. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Joseph wasn't just surviving a storm, he was being sculpted for stewardship. Not just a ruler, but a reconciler. Not just a voice of power, but a vessel of healing. The prison was never punishment, it was preparation. In that hidden place, God taught Joseph to carry wisdom with humility, influence with reverence, and breakthrough without bitterness. Can you be trusted with a platform if you haven't learned how to carry pain with purity? The dungeon became Joseph's divine seminary. Every delay was an education, every betrayal a blueprint for his becoming. Nelson Mandela, a revolutionary leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner, endured 27 years in prison before he emerged to lead South Africa through post-apartheid reconciliation. He later wrote, "I always knew that deep down in every human heart there is mercy and generosity." His long wait wasn't wasted, it was woven into his wisdom. What if your pain is not proof that God has forgotten you, but that He's forming you into someone history needs? A young woman named Leora spent 6 years in a job where she was constantly overlooked, passed up for promotions, and humiliated by leadership. She questioned her worth, even her faith. But during those years, she quietly began mentoring younger colleagues, writing leadership material, and praying over her co-workers in secret. One day, the CEO retired unexpectedly, and she was offered his role, not because of her resume, but because of the integrity everyone had witnessed when no one was watching. Paul reminds us in Romans 5:3-4, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope." What if this pain is not the detour, but the direct route to character? What if your strength is being grown underground where no one sees, but heaven watches with purpose? Consider the geode, a plain, dull rock on the outside, but when cracked open, it reveals an interior lined with dazzling crystals formed only through years of hidden pressure. You too are being crystallized. What looks ordinary now is incubating beauty under divine weight, and soon what's inside will shine through the fracture. Jesus himself bore the weight of false accusations, betrayal, and crucifixion, and yet his resurrection was not just about triumph, it was about transformation. The very nails meant to silence him became the testimony that still shakes the earth. What they meant to crush, God used to crown. Is he not doing the same with you? Chosen one, this is not just your test, it's your final exam in spiritual authority, and you will pass, with forgiveness, with clarity, with the kind of strength forged only in fire. What they plotted for your ruin, God is repurposing for your rise. And when you look back, you'll see what felt like death was really the delivery of destiny. You didn't walk through fire, betrayal, silence, loss, and delay just to survive. You went through it to lead others into resurrection life. The pain wasn't just personal, it was prophetic. You were never meant to simply recover. You were meant to reveal. So let this truth ignite you anew. What you've called struggle, God calls strategy. What you've labeled as delay is actually divine development. And that rejection you took so personally, it was redirection wrapped in mercy. You thought this was your funeral, but this is your formation. What if the very grave you feared was actually the garden where your next season was sprouting? In God's kingdom, burial always precedes breakthrough. Many long for destiny, but few embrace the discipline required to carry it with integrity. They want the crown without the cross, the glory without the grinding. But heaven offers no shortcuts to those entrusted with spiritual weight. Every chosen one is refined before revealed. Moses wandered the wilderness in obscurity for 40 years before he ever split a sea. David was anointed in front of his family, but returned to feed sheep until God saw fit. Esther was crowned queen, but only stepped into destiny after risking her life. And Jesus, the Savior of all, endured mockery, lashes, and crucifixion before resurrection ever became a celebration. If you feel stretched, pressed, or broken apart, could it be that you are in the holy hands of formation? James 1:12 declares, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life." The crown is not awarded to the comfortable. It's placed on those who did not faint in the fire. Are you mistaking your current pressure for punishment when it's really proof of your preparation. Viola Davis, the acclaimed actress and first black woman to win the Triple Crown of acting, once said, "You can't be hesitant about who you are. The only way to be truly great is to show up for your own life without apology." She didn't rise without rejection, poverty, or pain. Her greatness was forged, not found. Are you willing to stand in the fire until your true self emerges? A man named Elijah, not the prophet, but a modern-day youth worker, grew up in foster care, bounced from home to home, often told he'd never be stable enough to lead. But years later, after starting a non-profit that mentors displaced teens, one boy told him, "You're the only man I've ever trusted." Elijah wept, not because of the compliment, but because he realized every painful night had been turned into power. What if your history is not a hindrance, but your harvest? This is the sacred curriculum of heaven. There is no oil without crushing, no mantle without motion, no elevation without endurance. In John 15:2, Jesus said, "Every branch that does bear fruit he prunes, so that it will be even more fruitful." Pruning isn't proof of failure, it's evidence of fruitfulness. Could your discomfort be heaven's proof that you're about to bloom again? Volcanoes do not erupt without pressure, but that pressure creates new land. Entire islands rise from what looked like destruction, and you, chosen one, are undergoing that same spiritual geology. What looks like collapse is divine construction. Heaven is not raising the faint-hearted. Heaven is raising giant slayers, those who don't bow in the fire, don't break under rejection, and don't run from weight. The process feels intense because your purpose is massive. Your soul was never wired for average. That's why normality hurts you. You weren't designed to blend in. You were born to carry fire. So, when the pressure increases, when the room feels heavy, when the warfare intensifies, remember, it's not a sign to give up. It's a signal to rise up. You are not being broken. You are being built. Not for applause, but for authority. Not for trends, but for timelessness. This is why you burn, not to be consumed, but to illuminate. You were never called to fit in. You were always called to set it all on fire. There's a lie that's crept into the culture of comfort. If it's hard, it must not be God. But that's not revelation. That's deception. The truth is, difficulty does not mean disobedience. Resistance is not a red flag. In the realm of the spirit, hard doesn't mean wrong. In fact, it often means right. Could it be that the very presence of opposition is proof of divine ordination? Could the struggle be confirmation, not contradiction? Throughout Scripture, obedience rarely took the easy route. Noah built an ark with no rain in sight. Ruth followed Naomi into poverty and obscurity. Paul preached through beatings, shipwrecks, and prison chains. And Jesus walked straight toward the cross. Are you expecting a smooth road when the sacred one is narrow, uphill, and paved with holy resistance? Why do we equate ease with favor when God often uses pressure to purify purpose? Matthew 7:14 reminds us, "But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it." The road to real life, to divine destiny, will not be crowded. It won't be comfortable, but it will be covered with fire, with favor, and with the fingerprints of God. Can you walk it without applause? Can you keep going when no one understands the path you're taking? Jesus never promised ease, but he promised his presence. He didn't say storms wouldn't come. He said, "I will never leave you nor forsake you." Hebrews 13:5. And sometimes the clearest evidence of his nearness is not in the stillness, but in the stretching. The hard path becomes holy when you realize who walks beside you. Saint Teresa of Calcutta, known worldwide as Mother Teresa, spent decades in the slums of Calcutta, serving the sick and the dying. And yet, in her journals, she confessed to enduring long seasons where she felt nothing. No joy, no spiritual ecstasy, only silence. Still, she wrote, I have found the paradox that if you love until it hurts, there can be no more hurt, only more love. Her path was steep, but it was sacred. What if yours is too? A man named Zane worked night shifts in a factory to support his ailing mother and younger sister. Every night he'd cry in the car, unsure if he could keep going. But during lunch breaks he'd sketch ideas for a product he believed would help disabled people open jars and containers more easily. Years later, that sketch became a patented invention that changed thousands of lives and funded his family's freedom. The hard road didn't break him, it built him. Romans 5:3-4 puts this mystery in divine order. We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. This is God's process. Not a punishment plan, but a promotion blueprint. Pain births perseverance. Perseverance molds character, and character anchors hope like bedrock beneath your calling. Could this current pain be the potter's wheel spinning purpose into you? Each time you weep but still worship, you shake the gates of hell. Every time you keep walking when your knees tremble, heaven writes it down. Psalm 56:8 assures us, you keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. Your tears are not wasted. They are recorded. They are multiplied into strength. Are you willing to let your valley become your victory field? The lotus grows only in murky, muddy waters, but it blooms with such elegance and purity that entire cultures revere it as a symbol of resurrection. Could it be that your suffering is soil, that your most sacred blooming will come from your darkest place? Chosen one, you weren't made for shortcuts. You were made for sacred strides. There is purpose in the pressing, fire in your footsteps, glory in your grind. You are not weak because the way is hard. You are being made unshakable. God doesn't skip steps when building soldiers, and you, beloved, are being forged into someone the enemy can't move and the world can't ignore. So what you thought was breaking you has been building you the whole time. What you saw as the end was actually heaven's blueprint for your beginning. God is not allowing this pressure to crush you, but to construct you, to make you unstoppable, not by your might, not by your willpower, but by His Spirit and His sovereignty. Could the storm be the scaffold for your next season? There's something you've been avoiding, a conversation, a calling, a confrontation, something that makes your heart race, your hands tremble, your voice falter. But what if the place you're dodging is the precise place where your destiny is dwelling? What if that difficult decision isn't just a challenge, but a divine bridge? Could it be that what you keep labeling as a burden is actually the breakthrough wearing work clothes? In 1 Samuel 17, David didn't ascend by avoiding Goliath. He ran toward him. While others trembled, David leaned into the confrontation. And with nothing but a sling, a stone, and divine confidence, he changed the course of a nation. God didn't anoint him to retreat. He anointed him to confront. What giants have you been tiptoeing around hoping they'd disappear on their own? Violinist and Holocaust survivor Itzhak Perlman once broke a string in the middle of a performance at Lincoln Center. Instead of walking off the stage, he continued playing, composing a new version of the piece in real time with the strings he had left. When asked afterward how he did it, he replied, "Sometimes it is the artist's task to find out how much music you can still make with what you have left." Could it be that God is asking you to play boldly with what's left? A woman named Rebecca led a quiet life managing a bookstore, but deep inside she carried a stirring. For years she felt prompted to speak at schools about mental health, yet fear muzzled her. After a student took their life in her town, she couldn't stay silent. She finally said yes, and that one talk opened the door to a national program now saving lives. What she avoided for years had always been her assignment in disguise. God doesn't anoint you to escape. He anoints you to engage. He empowers you not to hide behind delay, but to step into divine decision. He doesn't promote passivity, he honors obedience. Your elevation is wrapped in the very thing you fear confronting. Are you expecting breakthrough without boldness? Do you believe God will bless what you keep burying? Joshua didn't inherit Jericho by circling once and waiting for ease. He had to keep marching over and over, until heaven said stop, until the walls fell. And even then, he had to step in. Your walls won't fall, because you wish them to. They'll fall when you obey through exhaustion, worship through resistance, and move even when you don't feel ready. Deuteronomy 31:6 reminds the hesitant heart, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you." That decision you keep postponing, God is already on the other side of it. That step you keep delaying. It's not just an act of courage, it's the key to your crossing over. The ocean doesn't reveal its treasures at the shore. It requires you to step into the deep. Could the discomfort be divine GPS, pointing you toward your rising? You won't find the fullness of your assignment by playing it safe. You'll find it the moment you stop running. Turn around, face the thing. Confront what you've been avoiding, not in your own strength, but clothed in heaven's armor. Chosen one, the next level is not waiting for life to soften. It's waiting for you to stand up. The future you've been praying for is not locked behind more comfort. It's waiting behind confrontation. On the other side of the battle you fear is the destiny heaven designed. And your legacy is not sealed by ease, but by the courage to obey when it costs everything. Let's talk about Jesus. At his baptism, the heavens didn't whisper, they thundered. Matthew 3:17 says, "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased." That moment was the public declaration of identity, the calling, the divine unveiling. But notice what happened next. He wasn't escorted to a palace. He was led by the Spirit, not Satan, not self, but the Spirit, into the wilderness. Why would the Son of God be taken into solitude and suffering right after being celebrated? Because calling is not the same as commissioning, and between the announcement and the assignment, there must be alignment. Could that be what's happening in your life right now? Could the silence be sacred, not punitive? Could the wilderness you're in be the training ground where power is forged, not denied? The wilderness isn't a punishment, it's a proving place. It's where your flesh is dismantled, your pride disarmed, and your trust anchored in God alone. It's where your cravings are revealed, but your character's refined. Where the devil tempts, but the Spirit trains. If Jesus, the sinless Lamb, needed the desert to prepare for destiny, what makes you think you can walk in power without the pressure? Chosen one, your struggle isn't a detour. It's the divine bridge between being called and being sent. Could it be that the tension you feel is a sign that alignment is underway? That the silence of God isn't rejection, but recalibration? Harriet Tubman, the abolitionist and freedom fighter, spent years traveling by night through forests, swamps, and shadows, leading hundreds of enslaved people to freedom. She once said, "I never lost a passenger, despite constant threats to her life." What most saw as wilderness, she saw as pathway. Her endurance in isolation didn't disqualify her, it qualified her for history. There's a young man named Keon who spent 3 years in deep anxiety after stepping away from a successful music career. He felt lost, but in that silence, he began writing worship songs in secret, pouring out his fears and failures before God. One of those songs went viral after a friend uploaded it without telling him. That hidden season, it was consecration. What he thought was abandonment was actually appointment. In Luke 4:1-2, Scripture records, Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, left the Jordan and was led by the Spirit into the wilderness, where for 40 days he was tempted by the devil. And then, just 11 verses later, Luke 4:14 says, Jesus returned to Galilee in the power of the Spirit. Do you see it? He entered the wilderness full, but he exited it in power. What if your current tension is the forge for your future authority? Sometimes we assume struggle means we've lost favor, but in truth, it may mean we're closer to fulfillment than we realize. Just as labor pains intensify before delivery, spiritual pressure increases before promotion. Are you misinterpreting your contractions as failure when they're actually the sign of birth? The eagle doesn't learn to soar on a clear day. It's in the storm that it spreads its wings and finds lift. The wind that shakes others gives the eagle its advantage. Could the storm you're in be the wind God is using? Have you ever wondered why your body feels different lately? Why certain moments feel charged with a presence you can't quite name? Let me say this with reverence and boldness. There is something sacred unfolding within your body right now. Something that science can't fully explain and time can't hold back. Not in the future, not someday, but in this very moment, you are being transformed in ways your conscious mind can't yet understand, but your spirit has already recognized. You've likely felt it in quiet ways, a strange sense of lightness in your step, a soft trembling under your skin, the way your breath catches for no reason at all. It's not anxiety, it's alignment. It's your body waking up to the truth that something is coming, something so divine it required your entire being to be rewired ahead of time. This is more than a shift, it's preparation. This isn't just healing. It's not just recovery. What you're experiencing is a divine reconstruction. God reworking your inner wiring, renewing your nervous system, and rerouting your strength from survival into sacred readiness. He is preparing your vessel to hold something weighty, glory, authority, and calling. You're not being repaired, you're being rebuilt. And before we go any deeper, I just want to pause and say thank you. Thank you to every soul who has poured into this message through Super Thanks. Your support doesn't just help this word go further, it anchors it in love. You are sowing into a prophetic sound meant to reach the ones God is awakening right now, and that includes you. If this resonates, if you've been sensing strange shifts in your body, moments of emotional release or unexpected clarity, comment 777 below as a prophetic sign. You are not crazy. You are not broken. You are being rewired from the inside out for what's already written with your name on it. And trust me, what's coming next requires a vessel strong enough to carry it. Let's go deeper into what this rewiring really means, and why heaven couldn't allow it to be delayed any longer. God's chosen ones, God is rewiring your body for what's coming. What is unfolding in you right now is nothing short of miraculous. A divine cellular reawakening designed not just to heal, but to reset the very frequencies of your existence. It is not superficial, nor is it a temporary fix. This transformation penetrates to the very foundation of your being, cellularly, spiritually, divinely. The command coursing through your body is an orchestration from heaven itself, an instruction that reverberates at the quantum level. Return, reset, reawaken. You are not simply succumbing to the inevitable march of time. You are entering a state of activation, a sacred renaissance that defies earthly limitations. This is a bioenergetic reset, aligning your physical, mental, and spiritual frequencies with the divine blueprint you were created to operate in. Have you ever felt the tension between the visible signs of aging and the invisible stirring of renewed vitality deep within? This is the paradox of spiritual biology. Your physical form is learning to dance to a new divine frequency that reprograms every cell, every organ, every system. This isn't about chasing cosmetic youth, defined by fleeting skin glow or metabolic speed. It is about the restoration of what heaven calls youth. Energy unburdened by fear, beauty free from strain, joy flowing without depletion, movement unhindered by pain. This is the essence of resurrection life, imbuing your body with supernatural resilience. The promise in Isaiah 40:31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. Like the eagle whose wings catch unseen thermals to rise above storms, your body is catching the divine thermal currents of healing, rising beyond the decay and deterioration once thought inevitable. What if this is the very moment your cells stop obeying the natural laws of entropy and begin to obey the supernatural laws of restoration? In this cosmic reset, your mitochondria, the powerhouses of your cells, receive new orders from the Spirit of God, sparking a surge in bioenergetic efficiency. Old weariness dissolves. New energy arises. Your DNA, once thought to degrade linearly with time, is now being reread by divine epigenetic programming, switching on healing genes and silencing decay-related pathways. Have you noticed shifts in your vitality that science cannot yet explain? Moments where fatigue fades suddenly, or your body moves with renewed grace. King David understood this divine renewal intimately. In Psalm 103, verse 5, he declared, "Who satisfies your desires with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles?" His psalms reveal a cycle of despair and restoration, a spiritual reset that mirrors your own journey. How do you respond when your soul whispers for more than survival, when it yearns for true resurrection, not just existence? This restoration is not only physical, but deeply spiritual. Your spirit is being reawakened to vibrate at a higher frequency of divine presence and power. Romans 12:2 exhorts, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This renewal affects your neuroplasticity, the brain's capacity to form new neural pathways, unlocking new clarity, peace, and vision. What new realities could open for you as your mind synchronizes with heaven's design? Look to the example of Christian singer and humanitarian Lauren Daigle. Known for her transparency about battling chronic illness, she embodies the truth that spiritual activation can manifest as renewed physical vitality against odds. Her life invites you to trust that restoration comes not from mere human effort, but from divine frequency alignment. But beware the enemy's tactics to deceive and discourage. Like the serpent in Eden, subtle lies whisper that restoration is impossible, that decline is inevitable. Judas Iscariot's betrayal reminds us that compromise and deception bring destruction, not renewal. Have you felt the enemy whisper that your body is beyond healing? Recognize those lies as chains to break. Mara, a woman you might know, someone who, after years of emotional trauma and physical decline, experienced a divine awakening in a small mountain town. Her cells began to regenerate miraculously, her chronic pain vanished and her spirit soared. Her story parallels your own potential, the sacred possibility of crossing from decay into divine vitality. Nature itself illustrates this process with powerful metaphor. The banyan tree, with its aerial roots and expansive canopy, renews itself continuously, adapting and growing beyond the limitations of soil and terrain. Like the banyan, your roots, the unseen foundation of your being, are spreading deep and wide in sacred soil, drawing nourishment from the eternal source. How might your life expand as you allow this divine root system to stabilize and flourish? Your body is not a static vessel, but a dynamic temple, responding to the resonance of heaven's command. The physics of resonance teaches us that every system vibrates at a natural frequency. When a stronger frequency aligns, it can reset the entire system. Your spirit's connection to God is that higher frequency now rewriting your biology and destiny. What new frequency will you tune into today? This awakening is the fulfillment of Jeremiah 31:25. I will refresh the weary and satisfy the faint. Your fatigue, your aches, your slowing systems are not your final state. They are the shadows before the dawn of divine renewal. Will you embrace the mysterious yet powerful invitation to be recharged beyond natural limits? You are not just returning to a past state of youth. You are stepping into a new creation, born from the heart of God. Like the phoenix rising from ashes, your reawakened self will blaze trails, illuminate darkness, and inspire generations. This cellular and spiritual reset is your divine destiny being activated. Are you ready to live fully aligned with this divine blueprint, to walk each day in the frequency of heaven's restoration, to let every cell sing the song of resurrection life? This is not denial. This is not delusion. This is resurrection disguised as rejuvenation. What you are experiencing transcends natural explanation. It is a divine recalibration happening at the deepest levels of your being. Have you noticed how your body feels paradoxically tired yet inexplicably energized? How your skin seems to shift, glow, or renew in ways even you cannot fully understand? These are not coincidences or fleeting sensations. This is calibration, a sacred resetting of your entire biological system, orchestrated by the Creator's hand. God is not simply healing you, He is retiming you. Like a master watchmaker adjusting the gears of a complex timepiece, heaven is fine-tuning the rhythm of your cells, your DNA, your mitochondria, the microscopic engines of your vitality. So, you may operate with new stamina, clarity, and presence. Are you aware that this divine retiming corresponds to a spiritual upgrade, syncing your physical body with the higher frequency of God's kingdom? The Apostle Paul wrote in 2 Corinthians 4:16, "Therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day." What if the weariness you feel outwardly is simply the cocoon before your transformation, and inwardly your cells are being renewed by an unseen power? What new strength will arise when your biological clock is no longer governed by decay, but by resurrection life? This process is not unlike a symphony conductor restoring harmony to an orchestra that has grown out of tune. Your body's systems, immune, nervous, endocrine, are being realigned to operate in concert with the Spirit's rhythm. In fact, recent discoveries in epigenetics reveal that external factors can switch on or off genes related to aging and healing. The story of Hannah, who in her barren season prayed fervently and was eventually blessed with a son, Samuel, who became a great prophet, 1 Samuel 1. Hannah's physical and spiritual transformation was intertwined, a reminder that God's healing power transcends the natural and touches every facet of our being. What callings lie ahead for you that require this precise calibration of body, mind, and spirit? In more recent times, consider the journey of Simone Biles, a world-class athlete who openly spoke about her mental health struggles while physically dominating gymnastics. Her testimony illustrates how spiritual and physical restoration are intertwined in high-demand callings. You too are being prepared not just to endure, but to excel beyond prior limits. Yet beware the subtle enemy who would have you doubt this divine process. Like Pharaoh hardened his heart against God's plan, the enemy tries to convince you that change is impossible, that your body is failing, that your spirit is too weak. But just as Pharaoh's resistance only delayed God's purposes, disbelief only prolongs your breakthrough. How will you respond to the whispers of limitation? Will you embrace God's timing or settle for the world's expectations? Elijah, a man beaten down by life's storms, yet awakened by a gentle whisper of God. 1 Kings 19. Just as Elijah's spirit was restored by divine encounter, your body and soul are awakening from the fatigue of battle into the energy of divine presence. Nature itself testifies to this resurrection rhythm. The salmon, after a grueling journey upstream, rests momentarily in cool waters before leaping into new life. The desert rose blooms resiliently after rains long awaited. Your cells, your spirit, your entire being are in that sacred pause, a preparation for a mighty leap forward. God's word promises in Psalm 147 verse 3 that He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Your body's rejuvenation is part of this holistic healing, a convergence of body, mind, and spirit. Will you allow yourself to receive this comprehensive restoration, trusting that every ache and exhaustion is being rewritten by divine power? This is resurrection, not mere rejuvenation, a return to the original design, a divine retiming for the journey ahead. The path before you requires stamina, clarity, and presence beyond what you've known. God is not waiting for you to get stronger on your own. He is stepping in, rebuilding you biologically, even as He empowers you spiritually. Will you surrender fully to this sacred process, trusting that heaven's timing is perfect and your renewal inevitable? You're not being made to look younger for vanity's sake. No, this is far deeper and more profound than surface appearances. You're being made stronger, fortified in every fiber, for purpose. Your skin will reflect this divine strengthening because your entire being is undergoing a sacred renewal. Have you noticed the subtle changes in your face? The way your eyes begin to shine with a new light. The glow you feel is different, not from creams or cosmetics, but from a mission awakening inside you. This radiance is the reflection of a soul that is beginning to believe again. Believe in God's promises, in His power, in your destiny. When your soul starts to awaken and trust anew, the face responds naturally. The heaviness in your voice lifts, becoming lighter, clearer, infused with hope. The very bones of your body realign, the architecture of your frame shifting back into divine posture, standing tall and unshakable. Your posture, once burdened by weariness or doubt, now carries authority and grace. And the atmosphere around you, it cannot help but respond, like a magnetic field reshaped by unseen forces. The energy you emit shifts the very environment around you. How often have you looked in the mirror and felt surprised, caught off guard by the new light returning to your eyes? What if that light is the visible proof of a resurrection stirring deep within you? The Bible says in Proverbs 3:21-22, "My son, do not let wisdom and understanding out of your sight. Preserve sound judgment and discretion. They will be life for you, an ornament to grace your neck." This grace is now visibly adorning you. It's not vanity, it's the divine imprint of purpose marking your identity. The life of Mother Teresa, whose outward glow was not a product of youth, but of divine calling. Her mission illuminated her face and spirit, touching hearts worldwide. Like her, your renewed strength will not only transform you, but also ignite those around you. Your reflection is becoming a testament to resilience and faith. Conversely, think of the tragic story of King Saul, whose despair and disobedience dimmed his spirit and appearance. The weight of rejection and loss etched itself visibly upon him. What would have happened if he had embraced renewal rather than sinking into despair? You are being called to choose a different path, one of restoration and purpose. In everyday life, picture Sarah, a woman from your community who, after years of hardship, found peace in surrender. Her face now radiates the light of healing, her posture upright and confident. Her story reflects your own journey from burden to breakthrough. Nature also teaches us this truth. The morning sun slowly melts away the frost, not by force, but through consistent warmth and light. Your body and soul are thawing from the cold grip of weariness and stepping into the sunrise of new strength. How will you carry this new light in your daily walk? Your face is not just skin deep, it is the canvas of your spirit's revival. The light in your eyes, the tone of your voice, the alignment of your bones, all proclaim that you are being repositioned for your divine mission. The atmosphere you carry is a testament to a soul reawakened, a body retimed, and a purpose redefined. What mission is stirring your spirit today, calling your face to shine brighter, your voice to ring clearer, your body to stand stronger? Will you embrace the fullness of this transformation, allowing every part of you to declare the glory of the one who renews? Furthermore, the change in your face and in your eyes is not a coincidence or simply a result of a good mood. It is the manifestation of a total awakening, the union of body, mind, and soul working in harmony at the frequency of God. You are being anointed with supernatural healing energy, a high-level flow of energy that is restructuring the cells of your body. Did you know that in quantum physics, subatomic particles can shift states and resonate when stimulated by the right frequency? Likewise, your body is resonating with the frequency of heaven. Every molecule, every cell is tuned to radiate new life and power. That is why feelings of fatigue and refreshment can be intertwined, as the cells are undergoing a breaking process to reach their optimal state. The Bible makes this clear in Isaiah 40:29 through 31. He gives strength to the faint, and to those without strength he gives abundant power. Even youths faint and are brought low. Young men also faint, but those who keep on the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar like eagles. They will run and not be weary. They will walk and not faint. That is the promise for you in this season of renewal. You are being prepared to soar higher than ever, overcoming the challenges ahead with new strength from above. Imagine every step you take as a symphony conducted by God, every breath, every step, every look of your eyes emitting a special frequency that attracts grace and blessing. Every day when you wake up and look in the mirror, don't just see the image on the outside, see the evidence of the power of restoration at work. Your face tells a story of spiritual victory, of battles fought and victories won. Celebrities like Gabrielle Union, a living example of recovery from trauma, are not just physically reborn, but also spiritually reborn. She has shared many times that recovery is not just a physical thing, but also a profound spiritual change. A real-life example of the kind of total recovery you are experiencing. Conversely, look at those who are stuck in complacency, or who refuse to be renewed within, like King Saul in the Old Testament, who was ultimately destroyed by his refusal to be reborn and changed. The result of hardening the heart and refusing to be restored is total collapse, a warning to you not to ignore this call to restoration. You can see yourself in the story of Miriam, a woman in a small village who experienced months of physical and spiritual exhaustion. But one day, she had a spiritual experience that made her realize that she was being called to a new frequency of life. From there, she began to feel her body changing, her strength returning, and her inner peace spreading. Miriam's story is a mirror for you, illustrating that no matter where you are, what your circumstances are, recovery and renewal are always possible when you open your heart to receive it. Have you noticed that nature has a constant cycle of recovery? The largest oak tree was once a small sapling that had to weather storms to grow stronger. Each strong wind is not a destruction, but a catalyst to strengthen the tree's roots deeper into the ground. Likewise, the trials and hardships you are going through are not meant to destroy you, but to create a solid foundation for new life. Ask yourself, are you ready to step into the new frequency that God is leading you to? Are you allowing yourself to be completely reborn from your cells to your soul? Do you believe that every small change in your body is a sign of supernatural power at work? How do you respond when you see new life in the mirror? Do you recognize yourself as a living witness to spiritual restoration? This is an invitation not just to a younger appearance, but to a total renewal, a new life surging through your veins, your breath, your cells. You are entering a season of divine restoration, equipped to fulfill missions you could not reach before. Open yourself to receive this divine transformation fully, to shine like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. People are going to notice. They won't know what to say or how to explain the shift in you, because what you're carrying now transcends simple measures like numbers, age, or outward appearances. This is not a surface glow, fleeting and superficial. You're not just glowing, you're testifying to a greater power working within you. Have you considered how a light that cannot be manufactured or mimicked speaks louder than any word ever could? Your glow's not merely a compliment, it's a calling card, a visible declaration that the Spirit of God is alive and active within you. This radiance you emanate is not fragility disguised as softness. It is a holy lightness, a divine gentleness that disarms hostility and invites peace. It's the lightness of being carried by grace, the strength of humility wrapped in kindness. How often have you wondered why some people shine even in the darkest rooms? Their secret is this sacred lightness, a light born not of their own effort, but of surrender and divine empowerment. In Scripture, the Apostle Paul encourages us in 2 Corinthians 4:16-18 not to lose heart, even though outwardly we are wasting away, because inwardly we are being renewed day by day. Your glow is that inward renewal made visible. It's the eternal life flowing through your mortal frame. How will you carry this testimony today, allowing it to illuminate not just your path, but also the paths of those around you? The life of the prophetess Anna, Luke 2:36-38, who despite her years and trials radiated a steadfast devotion that drew attention and honor. Like Anna, your glow is the fruit of faithfulness over time, a beacon that cannot be hidden. Contrast this with the dimming of Saul's spirit in 1 Samuel, whose inner turmoil clouded his presence. Where others fade under pressure or despair, your light grows brighter with each trial overcome. What choices will you make today to guard this holy lightness and ensure it remains unextinguished? Reflect on the natural world, the moon's gentle glow that guides travelers in the night without overpowering, or the soft shimmer of morning dew that transforms a leaf into a jewel. Your light is similar, subtle yet powerful, gentle yet undeniable. It shifts atmospheres and softens hardened hearts. You are not just a person living a routine life. You are a living testament to resurrection power and divine renewal. People will sense this even if they can't put it into words. Your very presence will speak volumes. Will you allow your testimony to shine unashamedly, knowing it is God's light within you that moves mountains and opens doors? Your glow also carries a frequency, an unseen energy field that resonates beyond your immediate presence. Just as photons emitted from the sun travel vast distances to bring life to the earth, the light within you travels beyond the physical, influencing hearts and minds in ways unseen yet profoundly felt. Scientists studying biophotons reveal that living cells emit weak light, which reflects health and vitality. Spiritually, this aligns perfectly with what you're experiencing. Your inner light is not only visible, but influential, a spiritual radiance signaling restoration and hope. Has anyone ever told you that your energy feels different, or that you light up the room without knowing why? That is the biophysical manifestation of the divine presence dwelling in you. You are a walking cathedral of light, a sanctuary for God's glory. Take the story of Corrie ten Boom, who endured imprisonment yet carried a light so powerful it softened the hearts of those around her, even her captors. She exemplified how inner light can transcend external hardship and shine forth as a beacon of hope. Like Corrie, your light is a testimony that shines brightest in the darkest places. Oppositely, recall King Saul's downfall, a man whose spirit darkened with fear and jealousy, extinguishing his light and paving the way for his ruin. His story warns that allowing bitterness or fear to fester dims the sacred glow within. What steps will you take daily to protect your light from such shadows? In the natural kingdom, consider the firefly's bioluminescent glow. Small but potent, it pierces the darkness to communicate and attract, a natural marvel that mirrors your spiritual illumination. How will you use your light to attract and guide others out of darkness? Your testimony is a declaration not only to those around you, but to the spiritual realms. As Revelation 22:5 promises, "There will be no night there. They will not need the light of a lamp or the light of the sun, for the Lord God will give them light." You are a foretaste of that eternal day, a living prophecy of the light that will never fade. Finally, what will you do when faced with the choice to dim your light for comfort or to shine boldly despite opposition? Will you embrace the power within, letting it burn so brightly that it becomes impossible to ignore? Even your laugh will begin to sound different, not because you're performing joy, but because your entire being, body, mind, and spirit, is being rebuilt from the inside out by a divine power beyond natural explanation. That heaviness you've carried for so long, the burden of worry, fatigue, and unseen battles, is melting away like morning mist under the rising sun. Your joints, once stiff with tension, your spine, once burdened by stress, and your breath, once shallow and tight, are all loosening into a state of holy freedom. This is not nostalgia for what once was. This is not longing to rewind the clock. You are not going back. You are ascending, climbing into the fullness of what God has prepared for you. When God lifts you, He lifts all of you, every cell, every muscle, every thought, every emotion. Why would you walk into the next chapter weighed down by the symptoms of a story already closed? That's why the heaviness leaves. That's why mornings greet you differently now. This is not your imagination. It's not adrenaline or a passing high. It is divine alignment. Have you noticed how your limbs seem to remember they were made to dance, to move freely and joyfully? Your chest remembers how to expand deeply, unencumbered by the tightness of fear or anxiety. Your brain, the complex neural network wired by God's own hand, remembers how to dream again, but now without dread, hesitation, or limiting beliefs. And the most miraculous truth is this: you don't have to force any of it. Your role is not to push or strive to make this happen. It's simply to believe that it is already happening. Because faith is not merely a mental concept or emotional hope. Faith is a biological activator. When you say, "I feel better," your cells take this as a literal command to repair and restore. When you declare, "This is real," your entire physiology responds, accelerating your restoration. This is not a fantasy, it is a shift in frequency, a divine retuning to the original blueprint of health and vitality. In the Bible, King David spoke to this profound truth when he declared in Psalm 103 verse 5, "Who satisfies your desires with good things so that your youth is renewed like the eagles." The eagle, known for its strength and soaring flight, sheds its old feathers to rise higher, unburdened. So too you are shedding old heaviness and rising into new strength. What storms have you weathered, and how will this renewed strength carry you beyond them? The story of Lazarus, John 11, raised from death by Jesus' powerful word. His restoration was not simply about returning to life. It was a full reactivation of his purpose, breath, movement, and testimony. Similarly, you are not merely recovering, you are being reactivated for destiny. Look to the example of Maya Angelou, who rose from trauma to become a radiant voice of hope and strength. Her spirit and physical presence carried a light born from overcoming. Like Maya, your laughter, your breath, your entire presence will become an anthem of resilience and grace. Yet beware the subtle enemy who seeks to steal this renewal through doubt, fear, or complacency. Remember King Saul's tragic decline, 1 Samuel, where a heart hardened by rejection lost its light and vitality. What choices will you make to guard your spirit and body from such decline? Imagine Eliana, a woman from a small town who, after years of fatigue and despair, experienced a divine awakening. Her joints regained flexibility, her breath deepened, and her laughter returned, filling her home with joy. Her story mirrors the transformative power now at work within you. Nature echoes this transformation in the cycle of the butterfly, the caterpillar's silent chrysalis phase, a time of apparent stillness and decay, is actually the womb of new life. Like the butterfly, your current renewal is preparation for glorious flight. How will you prepare yourself to emerge fully restored? Science affirms this renewal through the concept of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself in response to new thoughts and experiences. Your faith, hope, and declarations serve as stimuli, literally reshaping your brain and body to mirror divine health. How intentional are you in feeding this holy rewiring? As you embrace this new frequency of life, remember the words of Jesus in Matthew 11:28-30. Come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. This rest is more than relaxation. It is the divine realignment and rejuvenation you are receiving. Every laugh you utter, every breath you draw, is a testament to resurrection power, God's life flowing through your mortal frame. What will your testimony of restoration say to the world? How will it inspire others to believe in supernatural renewal? Imagine the cells in your body like tiny orchestras, each playing its part in perfect harmony when tuned to the right frequency. The discord of stress, pain, and weariness once disrupted this harmony. Now, through faith and divine intervention, these cellular symphonies are retuning themselves, producing a new melody of health and vitality. The psalmist proclaimed in Psalm 30, verse 5, "Weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning." Your laughter is the dawn breaking after a long night, a joyous proclamation that the night of affliction is passing and a new day of glory is rising. Your renewed breath is not just air filling your lungs, it is the breath of God, Ruach, animating your spirit, enlivening your entire being. Each inhale draws in divine life. Each exhale releases old burdens. How deeply are you breathing in the life God offers? Your posture, now upright and strong, mirrors the inner reality of strength and freedom. Like a mighty cedar tree planted by streams of water, Psalm 1:3, you are flourishing because you are rooted in divine sustenance. This transformation is also a testimony to those around you. Just as light in darkness is unmistakable, your renewed life will shine in your family, community, and workplace. How will you let your restoration be a beacon that leads others to the hope you have found? You're returning to the you that was never meant to leave, not the childlike you who was confused and overwhelmed by the world's complexities, nor the teenager who was shaken by insecurity and doubt. No, this is the you who existed beneath all those layers of fear, pain, and uncertainty, the original you, created and designed on purpose by God. The you who came here on assignment, radiant with light, overflowing with purpose and filled with divine joy. This version of you is not a distant memory or a wistful dream. It is a living reality breaking through the shadows of your past and stepping boldly into your present. And your body, it's following the lead of your spirit in this great awakening. Have you ever paused to truly consider that your body was never your enemy? It was never meant to betray you or hold you back. Instead, it is a sacred vessel, intricately woven by the Creator's own hands, to house your divine calling and carry the glory of God. The psalmist declares in Psalm 139, verse 14, "I praise you because I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Your works are wonderful. I know that full well." Every cell, every tissue, every organ within you testifies to the magnificent craftsmanship of God, designed not just for survival, but for thriving in purpose and joy. Your body is a temple of the Holy Spirit, equipped to bear the weight and wonder of your calling. Reflect on the story of Samuel, a boy called by God in a time of confusion and fear, who had to grow into the fullness of his prophetic purpose. 1 Samuel 3. Like Samuel, you are emerging from a season of uncertainty, from spiritual and emotional storms into the light of clarity and divine direction. What are you doing today to nurture this divine awakening within, allowing your spirit to lead your body back into alignment with its God-ordained purpose? In our contemporary world, consider the inspiring testimony of Malala Yousafzai. Despite surviving an assassination attempt and enduring physical and emotional trauma, she returned to her mission with renewed strength, clarity, and courage. She embodies the power of returning to one's God-given purpose even after intense trials. Like Malala, you are not only being restored spiritually, but physically, becoming equipped to carry your calling with resilience, grace, and unshakable faith. But your story is not only that of the famous or the widely known. It is also the story of the quiet heroes, people like Min, a humble teacher from a small village in Vietnam. For years, Min toiled under the weight of exhaustion and responsibility, caring for his family and students. Through his faith and commitment, he experienced a remarkable transformation. His posture straightened, his voice grew stronger, and his spirit radiated an undeniable light. Min's journey reminds us that this profound return to divine wholeness is accessible to everyone, regardless of status, background, or circumstance. Science increasingly supports this sacred connection between body and spirit. The emerging field of psychoneuroimmunology reveals how our thoughts, beliefs, and spiritual states directly influence physical health and immune function. What you believe about yourself, about your divine identity and purpose, is sending biological signals to your cells, commanding them to repair, restore, and rejuvenate. Your faith is activating your body's innate healing powers, aligning it with the Spirit's renewal. How intentional are you in nurturing this divine conversation within your body and soul? Nature offers a profound metaphor for this process. Beneath the frozen surface of winter, the roots of the mighty oak remain alive and vibrant, gathering strength and nutrients for the bursting renewal of spring. Like these roots, your body is quietly gathering strength, patiently preparing for a glorious new season of life and vitality. How often have you felt fragmented, disconnected, or even betrayed by your own body? What would it mean for you to fully embrace this sacred reunion of body and spirit, to honor yourself as God's masterpiece, fearfully and wonderfully made, now being restored to fullness? Your laughter, your breath, your posture, all bear witness that this reunion is not only possible, but is unfolding even now. You are not merely healing, you are being reborn into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. This is your divine inheritance, the restoration of your original design. Will you step boldly into this reality, allowing your body and spirit to dance in perfect harmony, proclaiming the glory of God through your very presence? Reflect on the story of Corrie ten Boom, a humble watchmaker who endured imprisonment during World War II. Her radiant faith and forgiveness, even toward her captors, shone so brightly that it softened hardened hearts and transformed lives. Corrie's testimony is a powerful example of how restoration and renewal go beyond the physical. They transform the heart and spirit, influencing the world around us. Opposite to this, consider King Saul's tragic decline in the Old Testament, 1 Samuel. His spirit, once vibrant, grew dim as rejection, fear, and bitterness took hold, leading to his ultimate downfall. His story is a solemn warning about the cost of resisting divine restoration. What steps are you taking to protect your body and spirit from such decline? Eliana. After years of exhaustion, despair, and feeling disconnected from herself, Eliana experienced a divine awakening. Slowly, her body relaxed, her breath deepened, and her laughter returned, filling her home with joy and light. Her journey reflects the transformative power now at work within you, proving that no matter the struggle, renewal is always possible when faith leads the way. In the natural world, consider the butterfly's metamorphosis, a miraculous transformation. The caterpillar's time in the chrysalis appears silent, still, and dormant, yet beneath the surface, profound change is happening. This quiet, hidden process culminates in glorious flight. You too are in a chrysalis phase, quietly, invisibly changing and preparing to soar. What beauty and freedom await when you emerge fully restored? Finally, neuroscience tells us about neuroplasticity, the brain's incredible ability to rewire and adapt to new experiences, beliefs, and environments. Your faith and hope are stimuli that literally reshape your brain and body, aligning them with divine health and vitality. As you embrace this new divine frequency, remember Jesus' words in Matthew 11:28-30, "Come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls." This rest is not mere relaxation, but profound divine realignment and rejuvenation. Will you accept this invitation fully, allowing every part of you to rest, restore, and flourish? Every laugh you utter, every breath you draw, is a living testimony of resurrection power, God's life flowing through your mortal frame. What story of restoration will you share? How will your renewed life inspire others to believe in the supernatural power of divine renewal? It didn't betray you. Your body didn't fail you. It simply didn't know what was possible until now. For most of its life, your physical form responded to the world's narrative, expecting aging, breakdown, fatigue, and limitation as inevitable facts of existence. It learned what it lived, absorbing messages of decline and scarcity, repeating those patterns silently and faithfully. But now everything is changing. Your body is learning something new. It is being retrained by your faith, realigned by your spiritual awakening. This is why transformation is happening faster than words can describe, faster than your mind can process. This transformation is not about denying the passage of time or ignoring reality. It's about transcending the natural laws that once seemed unbreakable. God is not bound by clocks, calendars, or seasons, and neither is the awakened part of you that He is now activating. You were never designed for deterioration. From the beginning, you were created to carry glory, to manifest divine excellence and radiance. And glory, by its very nature, doesn't age or fade. It endures eternally. That is why your energy is returning, not as a random spark or a fleeting seasonal burst, but as a wellspring of spiritual intelligence, a vibrant life force attuned to divine timing and heavenly wisdom. It's no coincidence that you're waking up clearer, stronger, and more alive than you have in years. Reflect on the story of the Israelites in the wilderness. Though their bodies wandered through desert hardship, God promised to renew their strength, to lift them on wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Like them, you are being lifted physically, mentally, and spiritually, carried into a new season of power and restoration. Also, the testimony of Nick Vujicic, a man born without limbs, who defied every limitation the world tried to impose on him. His body never betrayed his spirit. Instead, his faith taught his body to transcend every obstacle. Like Nick, your body is learning from your faith, adapting and overcoming what once seemed impossible. Science supports this divine process. The field of epigenetics reveals that our genes are not our destiny. Instead, they respond dynamically to our environment, beliefs, and lifestyle. Your renewed faith is turning on healing genes and turning off those that promote decline. This is biology in harmony with divine will. How are you nurturing this holy dialogue between your spirit and your cells? Nature mirrors this divine transcendence. The phoenix, a mythical bird, bursts into flames only to rise renewed from its ashes, symbolizing death and resurrection. Though your transformation isn't mythical, but real, it carries the same powerful message. You're rising from what once held you back, stronger and more radiant. You're not just waking up, you're awakening into the fullness of your design. Your clarity, your energy, your vitality are all signs of this divine recalibration. What new possibilities will you embrace now that you're no longer bound by old limitations? How will you steward this restoration to bless yourself and those around you? This spiritual and biological awakening you're experiencing is also a psychological renewal. Your mind is shedding toxic thought patterns, doubts, and fears that once limited your vision. Like a computer rebooting to clear errors and improve performance, your mental state is being restored and optimized for divine purpose. How will you guard this renewed mind against the old lies and negative programming? Take inspiration from the life of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist who discovered that even in the darkest prisons of human experience, the mind can choose freedom and meaning. His story teaches that inner renewal transcends external circumstances. How might your spirit embrace this freedom to shape your physical and emotional reality? Look at the natural world once more. Consider the river that carves canyons over centuries. It doesn't force its path, but flows persistently, reshaping the landscape through consistent, gentle power. You are like that river, patient yet unstoppable, slowly but surely transforming your own landscape of health, purpose, and influence. Are you ready to flow with divine persistence, knowing that each small step of faith and renewal contributes to a mighty breakthrough? Remember Jesus' promise in John 10:10, "I have come that they may have life and have it to the full." This abundant life is your inheritance, available now in every cell of your body, every beat of your heart, and every breath you take. What will you do today to claim this fullness, to walk boldly in the new life God is breathing into you? It's not strange that you're moving through your day with more lightness, more sharpness, more joy. This isn't a fleeting moment or a superficial change. It is a deep, foundational transformation taking place at every level of your being. Your nervous system, once trapped in cycles of stress and anxiety, has been rewired to respond to peace and divine calm. The fight or flight reflex that once dominated your physiology is now being replaced by rest, restoration, and resilience. Your bones, those silent pillars of your body, are rebuilding from the inside out, gaining strength that supports the new posture of faith and purpose you are stepping into. Your hormones, those chemical messengers that regulate everything from energy to mood, are harmonizing with a renewed sense of purpose, aligning your internal rhythm with the divine timing of heaven. Even your memory, the sacred archive of your soul, is being rewritten. No longer limited to recording past pain or trauma, it is being reprogrammed to recode your future, embedding hope, resilience, and divine promises into the fabric of your mind. This is not merely physical rejuvenation, this is prophetic reconstruction, a profound rebuilding of your entire self, designed to equip you for the destiny ahead. Have you noticed how your thoughts are clearer, your decisions sharper, your emotions more balanced? This is the fruit of a nervous system attuned to peace, a body rebuilding in harmony with God's promises. Consider the ancient Israelites who, despite wandering through the wilderness for decades, were promised renewal and restoration, a new identity beyond their past struggles. Isaiah 43:18-19. Like them, you are stepping into a new narrative written by God Himself. Modern science affirms this process as well. Neuroplasticity reveals how the brain can physically change in response to new experiences and thoughts. Your faith is literally reshaping neural pathways, creating a mind that is more resilient, hopeful, and focused. How intentional are you in nurturing this divine rewiring with prayers, affirmations, and meditations on truth? In nature, think of the process of metamorphosis in butterflies. The caterpillar's transition into a butterfly is not just growth, it is total transformation. The old self dissolves to make way for a new form, vibrant and free. Your prophetic reconstruction mirrors this divine process. What parts of your old self are you ready to let go, trusting that God is creating something far more magnificent in you? The story of Job, who after intense suffering declared, "I know that my Redeemer lives." Job 19:25. His restoration was not just spiritual, but holistic, involving the renewal of his body and mind. How can his unwavering faith inspire your journey of complete restoration? Also the example of Maya Angelou, whose life was a testament to the power of rebuilding oneself through trauma into a voice of light and hope. Like her, your lightness, sharpness, and joy are a testimony that prophetic reconstruction is real and powerful. What areas of your life and body are you sensing this reconstruction most profoundly? How will you cooperate daily with this divine process to fully manifest the new you? This profound process touches every facet of your being. Your immune system, often overwhelmed by chronic stress, is now being recalibrated. White blood cells, your body's defenders, are becoming more efficient and responsive. You're no longer fighting internal battles alone. Divine peace is becoming your shield, empowering your natural defenses to work harmoniously. How might this renewed immunity be a physical reflection of your restored spirit? Your endocrine system, governing the balance of hormones, is finding new rhythm. The cortisol that once surged in moments of anxiety is being replaced by hormones of peace, joy, and restoration. This biochemical symphony plays in sync with your faith, creating a body tuned for divine assignment. Even your DNA, once thought fixed, is responding to this sacred renewal. Epigenetic studies reveal how lifestyle, mindset, and spiritual practices can activate or silence genes, influencing health and longevity. You are now the master conductor of your biological symphony, directing your cells toward life and vitality. Visualize a river cutting through rock, not by force but by persistence and steady flow. This image is a powerful metaphor for your restoration journey. Steady, consistent faith and daily spiritual alignment are reshaping the landscape of your life. What rocks in your life is God inviting you to patiently but persistently overcome? The prophetic nature of this reconstruction also means your future self is being shaped in the present moment. Each prayer, each act of faith, each surrender to God's will plants seeds that will blossom into strength, clarity, and purpose. How intentional are you about the spiritual seeds you plant today? Remember the promise of Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." Your body and spirit are being prepared to walk fully into these plans. Will you trust the process even when it seems slow or unseen? The most sacred part of this process is this: you are not doing this to be seen. You are doing this to be sent. This journey transcends personal recognition or fleeting applause. God is restoring your youth and your vitality because there is still so much more to do. There are rooms you have yet to walk into, spaces charged with divine opportunity that require your unique glow, your fire, your very presence. There are souls who have been waiting for you, not the version of you that was worn down by trials or silenced by setbacks, but the one who was always destined to rise now, radiant and unstoppable. This is why your skin is changing, not just in appearance but as a visible reflection of the favor and light you carry within. Why your walk is shifting, each step now heavier with purpose and unshakable resolve. Why your eyes, once clouded by fatigue, are beginning to blaze with a new, unwavering light, the light of hope, faith, and supernatural clarity. Your body is being prepared for arrival, aligning itself fully with the divine assignment placed upon your life before the foundation of the world. This divine version of you is not an abstract idea, a distant dream, or a mere possibility. It is a lived reality unfolding moment by moment. You are no longer waiting for a sign. You are the sign. You are the miracle walking among the ordinary, the living proof of God's restoration and power. The countdown is over. You have stepped into your season. The evidence of what God is doing in you is undeniable, though it may not be immediately recognized by those around you. The promise in Isaiah 61, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." This is your moment to arise, to shine without hesitation, to move boldly into the destiny prepared for you. Just as Esther was placed in the palace for such a time as this, Esther 4:14, you too have been strategically positioned for divine purpose. Reflect, who in your sphere is waiting for this new you to step fully into the light? Instead of the common butterfly, envision the ancient baobab tree, an emblem of endurance and renewal. The baobab's trunk appears gnarled and lifeless on the surface, but beneath its bark lies a vast reservoir of water, sustaining life through harsh droughts and seasons of scarcity. Like the baobab, your strength and vitality may not always be visible, but deep within you is a reservoir of divine life, sustaining you and preparing you to flourish when the time is right. What hidden strengths are you drawing upon to survive and thrive? Take inspiration from the life of Oprah Winfrey, who rose from poverty and trauma to become a global icon of hope and influence. Oprah's journey was not without opposition. Early in her career, she faced discrimination, betrayal, and false accusations that could have shattered her spirit. Yet, she chose resilience and faith, transforming every setback into a stepping stone toward her destiny. Her story illustrates how divine restoration fuels unstoppable forward momentum. Contrast this with Judas Iscariot, who, despite walking closely with Jesus, chose betrayal for personal gain, leading to ruin and eternal regret. His story is a solemn reminder that compromising your divine calling for worldly acceptance or selfish ambition leads to destruction. What compromises might you need to resist today to remain faithful to your path? The everyday hero like Anna, a nurse who spent countless nights caring for the sick during a global pandemic. Exhausted and overwhelmed, she found renewal not in the applause of the world, but in quiet moments of prayer and surrender. As her spirit aligned with God's strength, her body and mind were restored to serve with even greater compassion and stamina. Anna's story is a testament that divine restoration is accessible to all who yield to God's renewing power, regardless of status or circumstance. You may feel like a quantum particle, both wave and particle, existing in multiple potentials until faith collapses possibilities into reality. What new dimensions of your life are you ready to manifest as you embrace this divine frequency? Remember, the world may not immediately recognize this miracle in you. Just as the dawn often arrives softly before bursting forth in radiant light, your transformation may unfold quietly before it shines brilliantly. You are not alone in this sacred process. Heaven watches attentively, angels prepare your path, and the Holy Spirit equips you with everything needed to walk boldly into your destiny. Your journey is a testimony of God's power to restore, rebuild, and resurrect the broken and weary. Will you embrace your role as this living miracle, walking confidently into all that God has prepared for you? You are the disruption to everything they thought they knew about what age means, not because you are trying harder or clinging to youthful illusions, but because heaven itself is moving through you, infusing every cell, every breath, every step with divine power. You were never meant merely to survive the passing days, dragging your body through the motions. No, you were created to anoint your days, to imbue them with purpose, passion, and supernatural vitality. With each breath, that anointing is gaining ground, breaking through limitations and reshaping reality around you. You shall yet plant vineyards on the mountains of Samaria. The planters shall plant and shall enjoy the fruit. Jeremiah 31, verse 5. This promise is coming alive in your life. Your seasons are shifting, and your harvest is imminent. You are becoming dangerous again, not to people, but to fear, to mediocrity, and to stagnation. This danger is not loud or boastful. It is a quiet, unshakable power that radiates from your very existence. Your life itself becomes a living testimony that transformation is real and that divine restoration is tangible. It is a force that unsettles complacency and awakens destiny. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. Your renewed strength is proof that God is rewriting the story of your life. You are the prophecy in motion. Every laugh that bubbles up from deep within, every glow that lights your face, every confident stride you take, they are all integral parts of the message God is sending to the world through you. The message is unmistakable. You are not done. You are only just beginning. No matter your chronological age, no matter what the calendar says or what chapters your past holds, the world sees more than your appearance. When they say you look amazing, what they are truly recognizing is destiny. You look like someone who has been touched and transformed by divine purpose. This is the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. Psalm 118:23. Your transformation is nothing short of miraculous. This glow you carry isn't a product of creams, cosmetics, or potions. It is not manufactured in a laboratory or purchased in a store. It is the unmistakable radiance of God's glory reflected through your spirit. This strength that carries you through challenges is not sourced from supplements or fleeting energy drinks. It is born from the Spirit who sustains and empowers beyond human limits. This youthfulness is not stolen or borrowed. It is restored, renewed from the inside out by the hand of the Creator. Science offers a glimpse into this miraculous process. Your mitochondria, the powerhouses of your cells, are being revitalized, increasing energy production at a cellular level. This biological renewal supports the physical manifestation of the spiritual transformation you are experiencing. Neuroendocrinology reveals how your brain's hormones harmonize with your faith, reducing stress hormones like cortisol and increasing dopamine and serotonin, the chemicals of joy, peace, and vitality. This is the biological symphony that accompanies divine restoration. Think of the ageless olive tree, whose twisted trunk and gnarled roots tell stories of centuries, yet which produces vibrant, nourishing fruit season after season. Like the olive tree, you embody resilience and longevity, thriving not in spite of your age, but because of the deep roots of faith and purpose anchoring you. I am like a green olive tree in the house of God. I trust in the steadfast love of God forever and ever. Psalm 52:8. What fruit of wisdom, strength, and influence are you ready to produce as this restoration unfolds? Look to the example of Morgan Freeman, a celebrated actor and storyteller who continues to embody grace, power, and wisdom well into his later years. Freeman's voice, presence, and artistry grow stronger with time, defying cultural expectations of aging. He exemplifies how a life aligned with purpose and spiritual depth can become a beacon of hope and inspiration. Conversely, consider the tragic fall of King Lear, a man undone by pride, fear, and a failure to embrace renewal. His story reminds us of the dangers of resisting transformation and clinging to outdated identities. Behold, I am making all things new. Revelation 21:5. What parts of your life are you being called to release to avoid such a downfall? Then there's the story of Maria, a school janitor who, despite decades of hard work and exhaustion, found new life in faith and community. Her smile, once dimmed by fatigue, now shines with renewed hope, reflecting the power of divine restoration accessible to every believer, regardless of station. How can I repay the Lord for all his goodness to me? Psalm 116:12. Maria's renewed strength inspires us to embrace God's restorative power in the everyday. The world may not yet understand this profound transformation, just as the dawn's first light often escapes notice until it floods the sky. How will you remain patient and faithful as your divine renewal continues to unfold? You are not alone. Heaven's armies are rallying on your behalf. Angels are dispatched to clear your path and fortify your spirit. The Holy Spirit equips you with wisdom, strength, and courage to walk boldly into your destiny. Your life is a living miracle, a testimony to the power of resurrection and restoration. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Isaiah 41:10. Will you step forward today, fully embracing this restoration? Will you walk boldly in the light and strength that only God can give, becoming the living proof of divine transformation in a world desperate for hope? Chosen one, your body is not breaking down, it's breaking open. You are not deteriorating, you're being divinely recalibrated. What feels like fatigue, tension, restlessness, or even stillness, it's not punishment, it's preparation. God is rewiring every cell, every neural path, every breath you take to be in alignment with the future version of you he already sees. While the world questions what's happening to you, heaven is finalizing the update. You don't owe anyone an explanation for your shift. You don't need approval for your glow. Your only assignment is obedience, not explanation. So walk boldly in the new energy, new strength, and new clarity that's being formed in you. Your nervous system is stabilizing for elevation. Your breath is slowing down to hold more glory. This is not a breakdown. This is divine reinforcement. Your spirit already knew what your body is now catching up to. You are being prepared to carry weighty things with ease. So stretch, rest, hydrate, be still. Heaven is not rushing you. It's rebuilding you, not to survive, but to reign. Let the world catch up to what God already decided. Let the opinions fade. Let the questions come. You owe no one an explanation, only your obedience. So wear your radiance without apology. Smile like you've never been broken. Move like nothing is holding you back. Dream like time is now working in your favor, because it is. This is not the end. This is not even the comeback. This is the divine unveiling of a soul that never gave up, now rising in full glory. You are not declining. You are divinely reversing. You're not unraveling and you're unfolding. And your body is rising to meet the truth your spirit always carried. You are becoming the evidence of resurrection on earth. If this message resonated with your spirit, don't keep it to yourself. Tap like. It lets heaven and this algorithm know that someone was reached. Share this with a soul you know is going through transition and needs to hear that they're not alone. Comment below, "My body is aligning with my divine assignment." And subscribe for more spiritual downloads, prophetic clarity, and healing words that carry weight. To everyone who supports this space, whether by watching, praying, commenting, sharing, or giving through super thanks, thank you. Your presence here is sacred. You don't need to give to be valued. And if you've ever felt fed here, that's what truly matters to me. You are part of this healing temple, a divine remnant rising together. So, until the next message, stay rooted in rest, stay aligned with grace, stay open to the supernatural changes happening within you. May God bless your body with restoration. May He anoint your breath with peace. May He rebuild what stress tried to steal. May He reverse what time tried to take. And may your life be living proof that resurrection didn't end with Jesus. It continues through you. You're not late. You're not lost. You're being reformed for something too weighty to rush. I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever found yourself gazing at the night sky, feeling the profound weight of existence, and wondering, do my actions truly matter in the grand tapestry of the universe? What if I told you there was a specific, pivotal moment in time, an act so pure and profound that it resonated directly with the heart of the divine, not just a fleeting whisper, but a resounding echo of joy that brought an undeniable smile to the very face of God Himself? This isn't merely a spiritual tale, it's a profound, almost unbelievable revelation of how deeply our seemingly small gestures can ripple through eternity, altering destinies and touching the very essence of the Creator. We often navigate our lives, facing challenges and celebrating triumphs, without ever truly grasping the cosmic significance of our choices. But what if we could pull back the veil, just for a moment, and witness the unseen reaction to our deeds? Imagine seeing the heavens themselves respond, feeling the palpable wave of divine pleasure, all because of one single act by one of God's chosen ones. This isn't hyperbole, it's a truth so profound it might just redefine your understanding of purpose and impact. You might think you know what matters, but the depths of this story will challenge every preconceived notion. Before we embark on this incredible journey to uncover the details of this pivotal act, I want to take a moment for something truly important. To every single one of you who has demonstrated incredible support and belief in our shared mission through Super Thanks, please know that my gratitude runs deeper than words can express. Your generosity is not just a donation, it's an affirmation, a lifeline that empowers us to continue bringing these transformative messages to light. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Your support is a divine blessing. Now, brace yourselves, because what you're about to uncover will not only astonish you, but will also forever change the way you perceive your own potential to influence the divine realm. This is more than just a story. It's an invitation to understand your inherent value and the extraordinary power of your spirit. If you are ready to peel back the layers of time and truly comprehend the magnitude of this one act that made God smile, a smile that reverberated across all creation, then type 777 the comments below. Let's delve into the profound significance and astonishing details of this moment. You have no idea how much it truly mattered. God's chosen ones. This one act made God smile. You have no idea how much it truly mattered. Some sounds are too sacred for this world to hear. But have you ever wondered what heaven hears when no one else is listening? when you're at your weakest, barely breathing beneath the weight of it all. And still, you whisper, "I trust you." Something eternal moves. It's not the kind of praise that fills a church or sparks a revival. It's the cry that never makes it past your lips, yet somehow splits the veil between earth and glory. Can silence worship louder than shouting? Can groans be hymns? And if the heavens tremble when no one claps, what does that say about the sound you made when no one else knew you were still standing? There's a depth in worship that doesn't come from songs, but from scars. In 2 Corinthians 12-9, Paul recounts God's reply, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." When you choose to remain, when everything in you wants to walk away, but you stay, that's not passive. That's war. That's sacrifice. That's a kind of offering only the broken can give. King David knew this when he said in Psalm 51-17, "The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. O God, you will not despise." Are you beginning to see it now? The trembling yes in the middle of your storm may have echoed louder in heaven than a million perfect prayers. God's chosen ones don't always shine. Sometimes they just survive. Just like Hannah, the barren woman who poured out her soul in silent anguish at the temple. No one saw her as chosen. Eli thought she was drunk, but heaven recognized that weeping, and out of that hidden place came Samuel, one of the greatest prophets. How many times have you wept in places no one else noticed, not realizing your legacy was being born in that hidden grief? Artist Makoto Fujimura, a Japanese-American painter and cultural thinker, once said that beauty is birthed out of trauma. He works with broken pigments and pulverized minerals to create radiant images, something that mirrors how God often paints his glory with shattered moments. When your praise feels like fragments, when your heart feels cracked, could it be that God is using those very pieces as his brush? Elena stood every Sunday at the back of a tiny church in eastern Spain. She never spoke, never sang aloud. Her husband had abandoned her. Her daughter hadn't spoken to her in 5 years. But every week, she came. One day, during communion, she whispered, "Still, you are good." No one heard her, but the air shifted. The atmosphere stilled. Months later, a young man who had been addicted to drugs came to faith after visiting that same service. He said, "Something broke in me when I stood next to her. I felt something real." He felt God. Could your silent worship be someone else's rescue? You are not unseen, not unheard. Andre once lost everything in a financial scandal. Friends, reputation, even his family. One night, sleeping in a borrowed car, he said, "God, I don't even know who I am anymore." But he didn't curse. He didn't run. He waited. A year later, he now leads a recovery network for others who've fallen, reminding them, your lowest place is still holy ground if you don't quit. What if your lowest point was the place God marked as sacred? Let your faith be like the resilience of a tree rooted beside a river, unseen roots going deep into the ground, holding on during the droughts. Let it be like the unbothered glow of a firefly in the pitch black. Its purpose not in being noticed, but in simply shining, or the loyalty of a swan, returning to the same nest year after year, whether watched or not. Could it be that consistency in the dark holds more glory than celebration in the light? The heavens are not impressed by platform, but by posture, by what you do when no one's watching. Just like the unnamed woman in Luke 7, who anointed Jesus' feet with her tears and perfume, her act wasn't on the program. It broke every social rule, but Jesus said her story would be told forever. Do you know how powerful that is? One moment, one act, that no one else valued, but it made God smile. What if your quiet yes today echoes in eternity the way hers did? God's chosen ones carry a signature sound, but it's not made with instruments or applause. It's made in the stillness, the surrender, the grit. It's not something you perform. It's something you become. And when the world overlooks your obedience, heaven marks it down like gold. You don't have to understand it. You just have to not walk away. Heaven has been tracking it, not the grand gestures, not the fireworks of your faith, but the fragile moments, those unseen acts of surrender when everything in you wanted to shut down, but your soul still whispered, "Thank you." Do you realize what that meant? Each tear-choked prayer you prayed in the dark wasn't lost. It was written down, not like a checklist of behavior, but like a sacred chronicle of loyalty, because worship isn't performance. It's proof that something eternal was being formed in you long before anything changed around you. Is it possible that your silence shook more than your songs ever did? That when your voice failed, your consistency screamed through the heavens? Many believe warfare requires noise declarations, fire, fury. But what if the deepest victories are silent? In the story of Job, we see a man who lost everything: children, wealth, health, and yet in Job 1:21, he bowed down and said, "The Lord gave and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." He didn't follow a victory formula. He wasn't trying to manipulate a result. He just refused to curse God. What does it say about you when your world breaks and you still bless? Something is moving now, not because you finally said the right thing, but because your heart never stopped bowing. There's a kind of faith that doesn't demand spotlight, but draws heaven's gaze. Ruth, the Moabite widow, followed Naomi into the unknown. She didn't know Boaz. She didn't have promises. She had grief, loss, poverty, and yet she said, "Where you go, I will go, and your God will be my God." No fireworks, no prophecy, just quiet alignment. And from that came the lineage of King David, and eventually Jesus. Have you ever considered that your unseen loyalty might be the soil of legacy? There's a depth of obedience that the world misses, but heaven never does. Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Guinean Catholic cardinal known for his spiritual austerity, once said, "Silence is not an absence. It is the presence of God." For years, he served in obscurity, fasting, praying, pouring out intercession. No one filmed it. No one celebrated it. But through him, thousands found clarity in chaos. What if your silence was not a void, but a vessel? Maria, a Colombian nurse, would walk to work each morning at 4 a.m. Her son was in prison. Her husband had died of an overdose. Yet every morning, before anyone stirred, she would light a candle, touch her rosary, and say, "Still, I walk in light." No camera caught it. No pastor affirmed it. But something holy lived in her steps. Years later, that son would speak about her at a youth retreat, saying, "I never knew what faith was until I watched her keep walking." Have your footsteps been preaching, even when your lips stayed shut? Your faith isn't waiting for a platform. It already has one, the battlefield of your daily obedience. It's like the persistence of wildflowers growing through cracked pavement, unnoticed, but unshaken, or the loyalty of penguins who stand in blizzards for weeks to protect their eggs, with no reward but life itself. And the tides, 2. Moving in submission to unseen forces. Never praised, but always faithful. Could it be that your quiet submission is the loudest statement in a world obsessed with spectacle? Do you know what it takes to keep bowing when everything in your life is screaming for you to rise up in defiance or collapse in despair? The woman who anointed Jesus' feet with perfume from her past, her offering, wasn't praised by those in the room. In fact, they judged her. But Jesus said in Mark 14:9, "Wherever the gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told." Do you understand how wild that is? That a single, misunderstood act of love would be immortalized in Scripture. Why do we keep thinking God is impressed by volume when He clearly honors vulnerability? You, the one who stayed when no one saw, the one who whispered truth to your trembling soul when the world shouted lies. You didn't follow a formula. You didn't buy favor. You just kept bowing, and heaven heard every step. That's why something is shifting now, not because you figured it out, but because you refuse to bow to anything except Him. You need to hear this without a whisper of doubt. God is not just responding to you today. He has been watching, recording, and cherishing every hidden moment, not with a cold ledger of right and wrong, but with the eyes of a father who sees the weight behind the worship. Those nights you sat in the dark, unable to speak but unwilling to walk away, they are etched in eternity. How many times did you assume heaven was silent, when in truth, it was listening more closely than ever before? Could the nights that felt like nothing were actually the nights that crowned you in the Spirit? You saw those moments as wasted. But in Luke 21:2-3, Jesus noticed a widow dropping 2 small copper coins into the temple treasury. Everyone else gave out of abundance. She gave all she had. And He said, "Truly I tell you, this poor widow has put in more than all the others." Do you see? Heaven doesn't count like earth does. What if the smallest offerings of your heart carried the weight of royal tribute before God? You thought your silence was empty, but silence can roar in the spiritual realm. Noah built an ark before the world had ever seen rain. That obedience looked foolish for years. No applause, no evidence, just hammering wood and following a divine whisper. Genesis 6:22 says, Noah did everything just as God commanded him. Have you considered that your quiet, yes, hammered out in invisible faith, is shaping the very vessel that will carry your legacy? In the world's eyes, what you did may have been small, but what if heaven saw it like a spark in the dark? Sister Wendy Beckett, a nun and renowned art historian, once said, "Silence is the very voice of God." She lived most of her life in solitude, praying and studying art. Yet millions were moved by her televised reflections, not because she shouted, but because her stillness had depth. Could it be that your unspoken worship is speaking in ways your words never could? And then there's Leo, a janitor in a hospital in Chicago. No one knew his name. He worked the night shift, humming hymns under his breath. Every time he cleaned the children's ward, he prayed over each bed, even if the child wasn't there. One nurse said, the atmosphere felt different when he was around. Years later, a doctor who had once battled depression as a medical student wrote a memoir and mentioned him. There was this janitor who used to pray. I never spoke to him, but I think his presence kept me from quitting. What if your faithfulness in the background has already prevented someone else's breakdown? The Spirit records things we don't even remember. That time you comforted a stranger, even though you were the one breaking. That moment you forgave when bitterness felt justified. That season when you tithed your last coin, not because you had to, but because you trusted. Have you ever wondered how many small moments in your life were actually seismic in heaven? You're like the roots of an ancient tree unseen, but holding up the forest, or like the stars still shining in the day, sky invisible to the human eye, but fully ablaze before the Creator, or like the heartbeat of a mother carrying a child steady, consistent, shaping life long before birth. What if your hidden life is the very proof of your chosenness? When Mary of Bethany poured perfume on Jesus' feet in John 12, some called it waste, but Jesus called it preparation. He said, "Leave her alone. It was intended that she should save this perfume for the day of my burial." Could something you gave that felt unnoticed actually be sacred in the timeline of God? How many acts have you called meaningless, not knowing they were divine appointments? Your hands lifted in exhaustion, your tears falling without sound. Your refusal to give up when quitting would have been easier. Heaven wrote them all down, not as tasks completed, but as worship released. The world may call it small, but God doesn't measure size. He measures sacrifice. He measures sincerity. He measures surrender. And that, chosen one, is the sound your life has been singing all along. You see, most people think spiritual growth looks like a glow-up, like shining eyes, loud declarations, and undeniable power. But that's the highlight reel version, not the holy one. True growth, the kind that transforms you into someone heaven can trust, doesn't always come with clarity or applause. Sometimes it feels more like wandering than rising. It happens when the light doesn't come on, but you still step forward. When you don't know if your prayers are working, but you keep praying anyway. What if the real evidence of growth is not how bold you sound, but how surrendered you stay? Have you noticed how the strongest trees grow in the darkest forests? No spotlights, no spectators, just roots fighting through stone. Could your deepest growth be happening in the parts of your life no one else sees? There's a kind of sacred momentum that doesn't scream breakthrough, but hums faithfulness. When you quietly choose trust over control, when you bless God not because of what happened, but because of who He is. Isn't that the most dangerous kind of faith to darkness, the kind that doesn't need results to remain loyal? Hagar, the servant of Sarah, fled into the wilderness with her heart broken and her future unknown. She had no title, no plan, no voice, but God met her there. In Genesis 16:13, she said, "You are the God who sees me." She didn't even realize she was part of a divine story. She thought she was running away, but she was actually running into revelation. How many times have you felt lost, not realizing that hidden path was your appointment with the Almighty? This isn't about religion. It's not about checking boxes or knowing the perfect verse. It's about the kind of decision that doesn't make the headlines, the quiet yes that keeps echoing through your exhaustion. You kept showing up with your spirit open, even when your life was caving in. That is not weak. That's prophetic. That's not passive. That's praise. And yes, God saw every single time you whispered, "I still believe," even when belief felt foolish. Do you know how rare that is? Not the faith that celebrates miracles, that's beautiful, but common. What's rare is the praise that rises before the miracle even breathes. The kind of worship that builds an altar with no fire yet. Daniel worshipped openly in Babylon before the lions' mouths were shut. In Daniel 6:10, it says, "He went to his upstairs room where the windows opened toward Jerusalem. 3 times a day he got down on his knees and prayed, giving thanks to his God, just as he had done before. No signs, no guarantees, just devotion in advance." Could it be that your consistency in obscurity is what makes you terrifying to hell. And it's not just ancient stories. Author and speaker Brené Brown, known for her groundbreaking work on vulnerability and courage, once said, "Courage starts with showing up and letting ourselves be seen. But what about when no one sees you? That's when real courage is born." Brown wrote her most powerful material, not after a triumph, but in the wake of a personal, emotional breakdown. What if your spiritual growth isn't failing, it's fermenting? Thomas, who worked as a parking attendant in a downtown garage for 22 years, no ministry title, no fame, but every car he parked, he blessed. Every space he swept, he prayed over. One day, a woman came to thank him. She said her suicidal thoughts always left her when he smiled at her through the window. She didn't even know he was praying. That's the kind of worship that tears holes in darkness. You are not missing it. You are becoming it. Like the pearl forming inside an oyster hidden in pain, covered in darkness, but being shaped into something priceless, or like snow quietly building on mountaintops, no sound, nor recognition. But one day it becomes the water that gives life to cities, or like the moon pulling tides in the night, invisible in force, undeniable in impact. Have you realized how powerful your unseen persistence truly is? David was anointed king, but went back to the field with sheep. Years passed before he ever wore a crown. But God wasn't testing his courage, he was shaping his character. In that silence, David learned the sound of heaven. In that obscurity, he learned how to war in worship. What if you're still in the field? Not because you've been forgotten, but because you've been trusted. And maybe that's why this message found you today. Not because you needed a new method, but because you needed a reminder. Your obedience in secret is already known in the Spirit. Heaven didn't miss the small things. Heaven never calls them small. You didn't wait to feel strong. You didn't wait for the music to swell or the breakthrough to arrive. You lifted your heart like a cracked, trembling vessel and placed it in the hands of the Eternal, not because you felt ready, but because you knew he was still worthy. That, right there, was sacred. That was worship. That was war. You didn't need spotlights or certainty. You offered what little you had left. And God smiled. Not because it looked perfect, but because it was honest. Do you know how rare that kind of surrender is? Some people think heaven responds to polished performances, flawless prayers, the right posture, the right playlist. But heaven isn't impressed by production. Heaven responds to posture. The posture of your soul when life goes off script. The posture of staying when fleeing would have felt easier. You've been posturing in faith, in a season that's tried to silence your worship, shake your rhythm, steal your joy. And yet, you're still here. And that is not survival. That is sacred resistance. Do you remember Elijah under the broom tree in 1 Kings 19? He was done, empty. He asked God to take his life, but instead of scolding him, God sent an angel, not with a command, but with bread and rest. And then, a whisper. Not a fire, not a storm, a whisper. What if heaven doesn't always meet desperation with power, but sometimes with presence? Could it be that God is closer than you think, even when you're too exhausted to sense him? Most people won't say this, but I will. Worship is not a vibe. It's not an aesthetic. It's not a song you sing when things go well. True worship is what leaks from your soul when everything collapses, and instead of cursing, you start speaking again, not with eloquence, but with groans and fragments, like, "I'm tired, but I still trust you." That sentence, it opens something ancient, something deep, not because it's perfectly crafted, but because it's real. Could it be that your broken honesty has unlocked more doors than your bold declarations ever did? Jesus watched a man with a withered hand in the synagogue, and he called him forward. The man didn't hide. He stood, exposed in his weakness. And Jesus said, "Stretch out your hand." Mark 3-5. That wasn't just about healing, it was about vulnerability. Have you ever felt like that? Being asked to show the one thing you'd rather hide, and doing it anyway. Just because you trust who's asking. Could your courage to remain visible in your weakness be your loudest form of worship? Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Peace Prize laureate, survived a brutal attack simply for trying to go to school. But after the violence, she didn't rage. She said, "I raise up my voice not so I can shout, but so that those without a voice can be heard." Her voice cracked, but she still spoke. Her faith wasn't noise, it was posture. What if your tired whispers are resounding in heaven like thunder? Then there's Elias, a retired army medic who spends every Sunday afternoon walking the trails near his home. No stage, no mic, just silence. Every time he passes a dying tree, he lays a hand on it and prays, "Lord, restore what's broken." It started as a habit. Now it's a holy rhythm. He doesn't know why, but he does it anyway. One day, a young woman saw him and later confessed, "I was planning to end my life that day, but something about how he prayed over that tree made me feel like maybe something could grow in me again." Have your invisible acts already saved someone else's future? Worship happens in the unseen, like lava building beneath the earth, silent, unseen, but shaping landscapes, like the metamorphosis inside a cocoon, messy, hidden, but transforming the creature within, or like the magnetic pull of gravity, unseen, constant, holding everything together. Isn't that what your worship has done lately? Held things together you didn't even realize were unraveling. Paul and Silas worshipped in prison, chains on their wrists, backs torn from beatings, and yet Acts 16:25 tells us, about midnight Paul and Silas were praying and singing hymns to God, and the other prisoners were listening to them. No vibe, no promise of escape, just praise in the dark. And what happened next wasn't subtle. The ground shook, the chains fell. Could your darkest worship be the key to someone else's deliverance? So don't minimize what you did. You didn't wait to feel strong. You didn't wait for the miracle. You simply showed up with your cracked voice, trembling hands, and fractured faith. And God, in his infinite tenderness, called that holy, not because it was loud, but because it was love. When a seed breaks open, it doesn't look poetic. It looks violent. It looks like something has gone wrong. But beneath the surface, a miracle is unfolding, not in neatness, but in necessary disruption. That's what your worship has looked like this season. Not staged, not soft, not scripted. It's been raw, cracked open by pressure, leaking through exhaustion, and still real. And real is what heaven values most. Could it be that the very thing you thought disqualified you is what actually qualified you for glory? You didn't wait until life was beautiful. You didn't wait for applause. You gave God your heart in its bleeding condition, not because it was easy, but because something deeper in you refused to die. That chosen one is the posture of a warrior. In Romans dues, Paul writes, present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and pleasing to God. This is your true and proper worship. Not a perfect body, not a perfect voice, just a willing vessel broken. Maybe, but still burning. In the shadows, you kept choosing love when hate was easier, choosing prayer when silence felt safer, choosing presence when escape seemed sweeter. You didn't perform, you persevered. And now this is the moment where the atmosphere shifts. Not because you finally earned something, but because heaven is responding to what you've been planting all along. Have you noticed how resurrection often looks like failure before it looks like victory? In Judges 6, Gideon was hiding in a winepress, convinced he was weak. But the angel of the Lord greeted him not as a coward, but as a mighty warrior. God didn't see where he was hiding. He saw what he was becoming. Have you ever considered that what looked like your hiding place was actually your training ground? That the reason you felt invisible wasn't because God couldn't see you, but because he was watching you grow in secret. This isn't about reward. It's about recognition. Heaven isn't paying you back. It's pulling you forward. Because what you survived, while still believing matters, it changed things. And now comes the echo, that undeniable ripple where God begins to unfold what was always his intention, just like in the story of Esther, who remained hidden until the moment came to risk it all. And who knows? Mordecai said in Esther 4:14, "But that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. What if your pain didn't delay you? It prepared you." Poet and civil rights icon Maya Angelou once said, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated." She wrote those words after surviving abuse, poverty, and silence. Her strength wasn't born from applause, it was carved out of trauma. She didn't wait to be healed to speak. She spoke, and the world began to heal with her. Could your breakthrough begin the moment you decide you're no longer waiting to be perfect to be seen? Jamila, a single mother of 3 in Detroit, worked 2 jobs and never had time for long prayers. But every night, she would kneel at the foot of her bed and say only one line, "God, thank you for holding me up today." For years, it felt unnoticed. But one night, her daughter came in crying, saying, "I don't know what faith is, but I want to know the God who keeps you strong like that." You never know when your hidden life is writing someone else's redemption. This is what God does. He brings honor from hiddenness, like the transformation of coal into diamond, hidden, pressed, unseen for years, or like ocean currents, powerful and invisible, shaping the world's climates from below, or like rain gathering in the sky, unseen until the exact moment it pours life into the soil. Has your private faith been storing power you didn't even know you were carrying? And now, the unveiling begins, not with fireworks, but with holy clarity. What was done in secret is now being acknowledged in spirit. Not because you were flawless, but because you stayed faithful. Not because you conquered with strength, but because you trusted through surrender. The voice of God doesn't say, "I was impressed." It says, "I saw you." And there's nothing more healing than to be fully seen and still fully loved. You see, there's a kind of breakthrough that doesn't come by effort. It doesn't respond to performance, formulas, or spiritual theatrics. It's quieter than that. It comes when heaven detects something ancient in your alignment, a sound that isn't loud, but recognizable, a rhythm that doesn't shake stadiums, but shakes eternity. Your spirit, even bruised and confused, released something familiar into the atmosphere, a scent of surrender, a posture that said, "This one didn't flinch." You worshipped when the answers were silent. You kept honoring when honor became a joke. You held the line when giving up would have looked more logical. And now the realm of the unseen is shifting. Because heaven doesn't just track what you say, it tracks what you align with. Could it be that your quiet consistency has created tremors in places your voice never reached? In the story of Job, heaven watched a man lose everything: family, health, wealth, dignity, and still choose God. Job 1:22 says, "In all this, Job did not sin by charging God with wrongdoing, not because he understood, but because he remained." Have you ever wondered if your loyalty in pain is what qualifies you for a breakthrough no enemy can touch? You're not crazy for feeling like something is closing in, because something is, but it's not your destruction. It's theirs. The delay is being dismantled. The strongholds that laughed at your prayers are now hearing footsteps. Chains that mocked your faith are shaking, because your worship, misunderstood on earth, was magnetic in the spirit. It didn't just rise, it realigned. There's a moment in Acts 10 when Cornelius, a Roman centurion, not even Jewish, offered prayers and gifts in private. No recognition, no revelation. Yet suddenly, an angel appears and says, "Your prayers and gifts to the poor have come up as a memorial offering before God." Acts 10:4. What if your hidden offerings have been stacking in the spiritual realm, building altars you can't see yet? Alignment is louder than words. That's why Gideon, though hiding, was still chosen. That's why Hannah, though barren, kept coming to the temple. That's why Joseph, though imprisoned, still interpreted dreams. Not one of them looked powerful, but their spirits were aligned. What if the heavens don't move based on charisma, but on congruence? Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted the Nazi regime, once wrote, "Being a Christian is less about cautiously avoiding sin than about courageously and actively doing God's will." He was executed before seeing freedom come, but he aligned with heaven in a time when hell ruled culture. His prayers didn't change history instantly, but they disrupted timelines. Could your spiritual obedience be speeding up things the enemy thought he had time to block? In a small town in Kenya, Miriam opened her home each evening to children who had nowhere to sleep. She had nothing but a 2-room house and 1 loaf of bread most nights. Yet she'd pray over every child by name, saying, "One day, you'll remember this night and know you were loved." Decades later, one of those children became a government leader who credited her prayer for his calling. What if your smallest alignments today are building legacies generations will stand on? Your worship has moved things like tectonic plates slowly shifting under the ocean, invisible, but setting up tsunamis of change, like wind currents in the upper atmosphere, untraceable to most, yet determining global climate. Like sap rising in a winter tree, no leaves to prove it yet, but life is already surging. Isn't that what your spirit has been doing this whole time? The story of the woman with the alabaster jar in Luke 7:38 shows us this. Her offering wasn't strategic, it was spontaneous, costly, ridiculed by the religious. But Jesus said, "Her many sins have been forgiven, as her great love has shown." He didn't point to her technique, he pointed to her alignment. What if heaven is not measuring how well you performed, but how deeply you surrendered? So yes, something is closing in, but not to suffocate you, to surround what tried to stop you. Because your alignment has given heaven permission to move, not according to man's schedule, but according to kingdom momentum. And the echo that's about to follow won't be a ripple, it'll be a surge. Not because you shouted louder, but because you stood longer. And the thing about you, you aligned in silence. You didn't advertise your obedience. You didn't weaponize your pain. You didn't make your loyalty a performance. You simply stayed soft. You could have grown callous. You could have become cynical. Bitterness offered you shortcuts that looked like survival. But you chose to remain tender, not weak, but tender. And that tenderness, under pressure, has been doing more than you realize. Could it be that softness in a harsh world is its own form of spiritual warfare? You praised when logic said complain. You trusted when facts said retreat. You forgave when revenge would have tasted better. You remained when nothing was confirming your choice. And now, what's coming to you isn't just a cosmic reward. It's not luck. It's not karma. It's the righteous response to what you've already aligned with in secret. You're not being paid back, you're being revealed. What if the next season isn't something new, but the unveiling of everything that's already been growing underground? Paul and Silas weren't in the prison praising to negotiate with God. They weren't holding their breath, waiting for a deal. They praised because they had already decided that God was still worthy, even with chains on their wrists. Acts 16:25 tells us, about midnight Paul and Silas were praying and singing hymns to God, and the other prisoners were listening to them. That posture didn't just shake a prison, it shattered a dimension. What if your praise, though quiet and cracked, is building pressure in the spirit that no gate in hell can hold back much longer? You ever wonder why it's been so silent? Why the shift has taken so long? Because heaven never rushes the kind of transformation that's meant to last. You've been becoming someone that breakthrough can't corrupt. That visibility can't inflate. That applause can't own. Are you beginning to feel it? That stirring beneath the surface that tells you something is cracking, not in you, but around you? In the book of 1 Samuel 30, David returns to find his city burned, his family taken, and his men ready to stone him. And yet verse 6 says, "But David encouraged himself in the Lord his God." No prophet, no choir, just a man in ruin who chose alignment over panic. How many times have you stood alone and fed your own spirit while everything in your world was trying to collapse? Could it be that your self-encouragement in secret was your loudest sermon yet? Renowned conductor Leonard Bernstein, famous for leading the New York Philharmonic, once said, "The most difficult instrument to play is second fiddle." He meant humility, holding harmony without being the headline. Yet the entire symphony depends on that role. Bernstein's genius wasn't just in what he led, but in how he listened. Could your refusal to force the spotlight be the very thing that proved you were ready for it? Clara, who's worked in a hospital laundry room for 7 years, she doesn't wear a badge. She doesn't sit in meetings. But every morning, she prays over the linens and whispers a blessing into each set of sheets. One nurse said, "When I lay those blankets over a dying patient, something shifts in the room." Clara doesn't preach, but her praise has soaked into the fabric of a place where most people only see loss. What if the environments you've blessed in silence are about to echo with resurrection, like a volcano that hasn't erupted for 100 years, silent on the surface, but slowly building pressure below, like a glacier melting drip by drip, until suddenly an avalanche transforms the entire landscape, like a chrysalis that looks lifeless, yet inside a caterpillar is rewriting its very DNA. Have you ever considered that your season of invisibility has been your season of divine redesign? And the doors that are about to open, you won't need to force them, because like Paul and Silas, your freedom won't come from keys. It will come from frequency, not the volume of your shout, but the integrity of your sound. Not how many people hear you, but how heaven recognizes you. You've already been walking in freedom. The opening is simply confirmation. That's you now. You didn't worship to escape the fire. You worshipped to declare that even in flames, You still belong to the unburned. You didn't shout because you saw breakthrough. You shouted because you knew the breaker. That's a different kind of authority. That's not survival. That's dominion. And while most people imagine worship as something that flows from peace, you learn to make it flow from pain. Have you realized yet that what you thought was damage was actually your consecration? Most people don't know what it feels like to lift their voice while their world crumbles, to sing with a broken heart and swollen eyes, to whisper, "God, I trust you," while every outcome screams the opposite. But you do. And that knowing, that sacred muscle you built in private, has reshaped the atmosphere around you. Could it be that your tears have baptized your territory? You didn't just believe with your mind, you enforced it with your being. Your trembling voice became a decree. Your shaking hands lifted in surrender became a spiritual strike against darkness. You weren't performing, you were legislating. That's why hell didn't just attack your circumstances, it came for your alignment. Because the enemy knows something most people don't. Faith that survives fire multiplies authority, and yours has multiplied. In Daniel 2, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego weren't saved from the fire, they were saved in it. And when King Nebuchadnezzar looked into the flames, he said, "I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed, and the 4th looks like a son of the gods." Daniel 3:25. The fire didn't burn them, it burned what bound them. Has your worship been setting you free in ways even you haven't noticed yet? And here's what most miss. The spiritual realm doesn't wait for your perfect declaration. It responds to posture. It doesn't move when your voice hits the perfect pitch. It moves when your heart bows low enough to shake eternity. Your "I still know who's in control" didn't echo in vain. It was answered with movement, not delay. Not future consideration. Movement. Psalm 34, 18 declares, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." The broken aren't far from God. They're surrounded by Him. What if your heartbreak became heaven's address? British nurse and missionary Amy Carmichael, who rescued hundreds of girls from exploitation in India, once said, "You can give without loving, but you cannot love without giving." She served decades in obscurity, many years in chronic pain, yet never stopped writing prayers and poems that changed lives. Her fire didn't consume her, it revealed her depth. Could your invisible persistence be echoing louder than the noise of platforms? And not every act of faith is dramatic. There's Elijah, a high school janitor in rural Ohio. Every morning, before the halls filled with students, he'd walk classroom by classroom, whispering, "Peace, rest here." He did it for 20 years. No one knew. Until a student who battled suicidal thoughts wrote in their graduation speech, "I never knew why, but I always felt safe in this building. Like hope lived here." What if the faith you enforce daily is already shifting atmospheres you'll never even see? Like tectonic pressure that builds until it births mountains. Like the desert that blooms suddenly after years of drought because the seeds were always there, just waiting for rain. Or like the northern lights, invisible during chaos, but revealed in stillness. Has your alignment been preparing beauty in silence? The power you carry isn't because you avoided the fire, it's because you came through it marked, but not burned, scarred, but still singing. You didn't wait for certainty, you moved in faith. And now, heaven is answering in action. Not with a maybe, not with a later, but with a resounding now. There are moments that wear the disguise of stillness, quiet mornings, uneventful weeks, seasons that feel muted. But in the kingdom, stillness is never empty. It is often pregnant with divine interruption. That's where you are, right now. Not posed, positioned. Something you sowed when no one saw, a seed watered in groans, hidden in tears, protected by obedience, has reached its moment of activation. Could this be the sacred shift you stopped looking for because you assumed it had passed you by? It's not about if anymore. That phase ended the moment you worshipped without visible reward. This is now territory. And when God begins to respond to worship like yours, the kind born in ashes and pressed through silence, He doesn't merely bring comfort, He sends correction to the atmosphere, to timelines, to territories, to cycles that tried to cage you. What if the delay wasn't punishment, but setup? What if stillness was never stagnation, but sacred suspense? In 2 Kings 4. The Shunammite woman made a room for Elisha, not for blessing, but from honor. Years passed. Nothing happened, until the prophet turned and declared, "About this time next year, you will hold a son." The miracle didn't come as payment, it came as response. Her quiet act had filled a room heaven couldn't ignore. What if your obedience has already built the room where your miracle is now headed? You've been shifting things without seeing them, restraining your tongue, tithing with trembling, staying faithful in friendships that offered no reciprocity, showing up in worship when your soul felt absent. Do you realize how heavy that sounds in the spirit? Not noisy heavy, not dramatic decisive. Could it be that heaven is responding to what you forgot you planted? God's response isn't always applause. Sometimes it's a holy disruption. He rearranges rooms. He moves people. He unearths motifs, not to punish, but to realign. He doesn't come to simply wrap His arms around you. He comes to rearrange everything around you until it agrees with what He put inside you. That's why you've felt the tension lately. Heaven is correcting the climate around your calling. In Exodus 5, the Israelites stood at the Red Sea with Pharaoh's army behind them. No escape, no options. But in verse 13, Moses declared, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today." And then the sea split. Deliverance wasn't delayed. It was disguised as dead end. What if the walls around you are not walls but waters about to part? British sculptor Barbara Hepworth once said, "Sculpture is the art of the whole as much as the whole." Her hands carved absence into presence, shaping voids into vision. She was ridiculed for years, until the world saw that her emptiness was deliberate design. What if your season of being misunderstood was actually the masterpiece God was shaping in full view of those who missed the point? Marcus, a bus driver in Queens, rarely spoke to his passengers beyond a polite "good morning," but every week he fasted one day and prayed over every person who boarded his route. By seat and row, one evening, a teen approached him and said, "I don't know why, but every time I get on your bus, I feel safe." That night, Marcus wept in his garage, not because he was seen, but because something finally aligned. What if the lives you've been covering in prayer are just now waking up to the protection you've carried in silence, like a fault line under pressure for centuries, shifting just enough to trigger an earthquake that redefines topography, or like an eclipse, two celestial bodies aligning after decades, creating moments of awe that last seconds but reshape memory forever, or a cicada that spends 17 years underground, waiting for the precise moment to rise and sing. Has your stillness been storing glory? And now, something holy is echoing. Not so they clap for you, but so they see Him, the one who carried you, the one who saw every seed, every silence, every moment You didn't walk away. And those who ignored your praise, they'll feel the tremor of the one who honored it. Let me be even clearer. This moment you're walking into isn't a cosmic reward. This isn't the universe finally giving you your turn. This is prophecy catching up to the place you've already arrived in spirit. This is heaven saying, we can't hold the next chapter back anymore. The sound of your endurance has become too loud to ignore. You didn't worship to manipulate this moment into being. You worshipped because there were days you couldn't even breathe without it. Because praise became oxygen when fear tried to suffocate your mind. Because honoring God was the one act that still made you feel alive when everything else went numb. And now that praise is carrying weight in realms far beyond your sightline. You didn't calculate this. You didn't scheme your way here. You were just real. And heaven moves for that kind of real, not the performance, not the polished theology, not the highlight reel, but the soul-deep yes that never needed an audience. Could it be that what has felt like delay was really divine insulation, protecting the purity of your posture until the atmosphere could match the gravity of your calling? Doors aren't opening because you earned them. They're opening because your spirit embodied something that couldn't be taught, only proven. Worship with no performance. Faith without applause. Obedience without feedback. That's what trained your core to carry something few ever hold. Glory without contamination. Have you noticed how few people actually stay holy when they finally get what they prayed for? In 1 Samuel 16, David was anointed king while still smelling like sheep. He didn't get a throne. He got a weight. And yet, he didn't stop worshipping in the field. His songs echoed in solitude long before they shook palaces. His promotion wasn't a surprise, it was inevitable. Because when character is built in the wilderness, the kingdom has to respond. Are you starting to sense it, the shift that feels less like arrival and more like confirmation? Hebrews 10:23 declares, let us hold unswervingly to the hope we profess. For he who promised is faithful. It's not about your grip on the promise, it's about the promise's grip on you. What if this season isn't the end of your endurance, but the echo of it? Let's not forget Joseph, sold by his brothers, thrown in prison, forgotten by those he helped. Yet Genesis 39:21 tells us, the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy. Not at the palace, at the prison. Could your season of silence be the exact place God has wrapped you in mercy too thick for human eyes to detect? American theologian A. W. Tozer once wrote, it is doubtful whether God can bless a man greatly until he has hurt him deeply. Tozer wasn't promoting pain, he was pointing to depth. Because shallow faith buckles under heavy glory. But your faith, it's been forged in pressure. Could that be why God is now making space? Not to elevate you for vanity, but to plant you for impact. Luis, a former street sweeper in Bogota. For 25 years, he cleaned alleyways no one wanted to see, but he also memorized Bible verses and whispered them as he swept. One day, a boy who used to listen from a doorway returned years later as a pastor. He said, your voice taught me how to love Scripture. Luis never got recognition, but the word he carried someone else into purpose. What if your unseen obedience has been birthing callings you'll never take credit for? Creation reflects this rhythm, like coral reefs growing millimeter by millimeter under waves for centuries, sustaining entire ecosystems without fanfare, or like a pearl forming in darkness. Layer after layer, from irritation turned into beauty, or a tree's roots spreading silently underground for decades before the first fruit appears. Isn't that what your faith has been doing, expanding in unseen places until the world can no longer ignore the weight of what's been formed? Hear this deep in your spirit. God isn't just proud of you, He is placing you, not for status, not to decorate your resume, not so they'll clap, but so someone else can breathe, because you stood, so territories can heal, because you carried it right, so atmospheres shift, not because of how loud you are, but because of how aligned you've become. And this time, you're not entering a moment, you're becoming one. There's a table being set with your name on it, not with silverware and linen, but with assignments, authority, and alignment. And it's not because you demanded the seat, it's because your worship quietly built the seat. Your tears watered the ground. Your surrender shaped the wood. Your posture carved the invitation. You didn't claw for elevation. You bowed when no one asked you to. And that bowing, that hidden posture in obscurity, it sent out a frequency that heaven couldn't ignore. You never needed to promote yourself because you already provoked the throne. So when doors begin to knock from the other side, when conversations you thought were finished start circling back, when names that once overlooked you start seeking you out, don't flinch. It's not coincidence. It's kingdom. Could it be that what felt like rejection was simply heaven reserving your name for a table that couldn't be tainted by ambition? In Psalm 23:5, David proclaims, "You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies." That wasn't poetic exaggeration, that was prophecy realized. A man who was once hunted, now hosted. And he didn't fight his way there. He followed. The shepherd brought him through the valley, through the shadows, through the silence intersecting. What if you're not being summoned because you're ready to shine, but because you're finally ready to carry what the table holds? The story of Mephibosheth in 2 Samuel 9 is often overlooked, but it's seismic. Crippled from childhood, living in a place called Lo-debar, a barren land of forgotten people, until King David sends for him, not to punish, not to pity, but to restore. David says, "You will always eat at my table." Mephibosheth didn't petition for that seat. His identity did. Could the table God is setting for you be the result of a lineage of surrender that even your wounds couldn't cancel? You didn't craft a platform, you cultivated presence. And that presence speaks. It speaks louder than applause, louder than strategy, louder than followers. Heaven responds to presence because presence means God is welcomed, not just mentioned. And now the reveal has begun. This isn't you climbing up. This is glory pulling you forward. Can you feel it in your bones? The weight of recognition that doesn't inflate you, but roots you deeper. S. Lewis, famed Oxford scholar and author of the Chronicles of Narnia, once said, "Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less." He wrote those words after coming to faith later in life, realizing that worship wasn't about shrinking. It was about becoming truly visible before God. What if your humility hasn't hidden you? It's refined your reflection until heaven could finally say, "Now, this vessel is ready." Eliana, who worked as a nighttime janitor in a courthouse for over 15 years, she'd whisper prayers over every courtroom and wipe the judges' benches with reverence. Years later, a young woman who had been sentenced to a second chance by a judge who'd never been lenient tracked her down. She said, "I don't know what happened that day, but the courtroom felt different. It felt like mercy lived there." Eliana never got credit, but she carried climate. Could it be you've been shaping atmospheres while thinking you were just surviving? Nature confirms this mystery. Like a seed that germinates in soil long before it ever breaks ground, unseen, but undeniably alive. Or like tectonic plates shifting slowly beneath the crust, until a mountain range rises in what looks like a moment but was actually centuries in the making. Or like the aurora borealis, the result of charged particles from the sun meeting Earth's magnetic field light, born from unseen collision? Has the pressure you've been under been preparing a spectacle that only heaven could time? So here's what matters now. Keep your posture. You don't need to campaign. You don't need to convince. You don't even need to clarify. Because when God confirms you, really confirms you, no critic, no gatekeeper, no overlooked resume can revoke what was stamped in heaven before it ever touched earth. Are you beginning to see it? The honor wasn't in the seat. It was in the shaping. The real miracle isn't just the open door. It's the person who still walked in humble, unshaken, unbent. This is not about being impressive. It's about becoming impactful. Because this time, the glory doesn't rest on the spotlight. It rests on the substance, and you, beloved, have been prepared to carry it. Let this be your reminder, not just a comforting thought, but a spiritual announcement echoing through realms seen and unseen. Every song you sang through heartbreak wasn't lost in the wind. It was recorded like a melody in the courts of heaven. Every prayer you mumbled while exhaustion blurred your thoughts didn't disappear. It moved unseen weight. And every broken whisper of still, "I trust you," uttered with trembling lips, became a divine decree. You thought the silence you sat in was a void, empty, still, pointless. But silence in God's world isn't emptiness. It's incubation. It's where roots stretch beneath the soil, where promises settle deep enough to not be shaken later. What if the pain didn't delay your promise? It was preparing the womb that could actually carry it. This is the shift, the divine transition from hiddenness to revealing. You're not just stepping into a new chapter, you're stepping into the harvest of faithfulness nobody else saw. What's birthing now didn't come from ambition. It came from alignment, from agony, from sacred stillness. Could it be that your quiet surrender was louder in heaven than the loudest sermon on earth? In Luke 1, Elizabeth carried John the Baptist in old age, long after anyone thought it was possible. For 5 months she remained hidden, and when she finally spoke, she said, "The Lord has done this for me. In these days he has shown his favor and taken away my disgrace among the people." Luke 1:25. What if this is your moment to step out of spiritual hiding and into holy fulfillment? Every wound you carried became an opening for worship. Every scar, a testimony forming in silence. This is where your private faith becomes public fire. You didn't worship for attention. You worshipped because it was the only way your soul could breathe. And now heaven is releasing what's been held, not as a reward, but as recognition. Heaven's been listening all along. What if you've been in labor this entire time, but didn't realize it because the contractions looked like delay? Joseph had a dream at 17 and spent years misunderstood, enslaved, and imprisoned. But in Genesis 41, Pharaoh calls for him suddenly, and Joseph interprets a dream no one else could. In a moment, he's promoted, but not because he strategized, because he survived the hidden seasons with integrity intact. Are you ready to see what happens when survival becomes significance? Back in the early 20th century, Florence Price, the first African-American woman to be recognized as a symphonic composer, wrote music in obscurity. Most orchestras rejected her work, but she kept composing in the silence of her own home, believing it mattered. Her music wasn't discovered until decades after her death, buried in an old attic. Today, her symphonies are played globally. What if your most anointed expressions have yet to be seen, but were never wasted? Let me tell you about Kai, a high school lunch server in rural Canada. Every day, for years, she greeted students with the same phrase, "You matter," even when you don't feel it. Most ignored it. Boy didn't. After graduating, he wrote her a letter. There were days I was planning not to come back, but your voice gave me a reason. Kai never preached a sermon. She just stayed faithful. Could your daily posture be preserving someone else's destiny without you even knowing? Creation mirrors this rhythm, like a glacier massive, majestic, and moving so slowly, it appears still, but in reality, it reshapes landscapes over time. Or the bamboo tree watered for years before it breaks the ground, then suddenly shoots up 90 feet in 6 weeks. Or like a volcano, resting for decades, until pressure finally breaks through. Not to destroy, but to recreate. Is it possible that what's rising in you isn't sudden, just finally visible? You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to explain how long it took. You don't need to defend how quiet your process was. Because when heaven says, "Well done," that voice silences every other one. The applause of people is sweet, but the approval of God, that becomes foundation. And the best part, He's been listening all along. So hold this close. Your surrender never went unnoticed. It was shaping rooms you haven't entered yet. It was writing chapters you didn't even know your life would speak into. And now, the silence you feared is about to become the stage for your testimony. So take a breath, chosen one. Let this moment settle into your bones, because what you've just walked through isn't just another message. It's confirmation. It's heaven leaning close, whispering, "Yes, I saw that. That one act of surrender, the one you thought no one noticed it, reached the throne. It wasn't just sweet, it was sacred. And maybe you didn't think it was much. Maybe you mumbled it through exhaustion, or offered it through tears, or whispered it with a shaking voice and an aching heart. But it moved something. It shifted the atmosphere. It built something eternal. And now, it's birthing something divine. You didn't do it for applause. You didn't do it to impress. You did it because deep down, even in the silence, even in the ache, even when your faith didn't feel strong, your spirit still knew who to trust. You see, God was never after your performance. He was always looking at your posture. The world might applaud confidence, charisma, and clarity, but heaven responds to consistency. Heaven responds to hearts that stay open even after they've been broken. Heaven responds to quiet hands raised in the dark, to voices that say, "I still trust you," when nothing makes sense. And you, yes, you did that. So don't be surprised when the atmosphere starts to shift around you. Don't be caught off guard when prayers you forgot you even prayed start unfolding. What's coming next isn't random. It's righteous. It's a response to everything you've been faithful with in secret. The silence wasn't a void. It was a womb. And now, what was once hidden is about to be revealed, not for your status, but for God's glory. So if this message stirred something in you, if it echoed in a part of your spirit that's been waiting to breathe again, then don't let it stop with you. Let it become a ripple. Let it pour into others. Like the video. Share it with someone who's walking through their own silence. Comment below how it spoke to you. Subscribe to the channel. And hit the notification bell so you never miss a word meant for your spirit. And if you feel led to go even deeper and support this space through super thanks, know this. It's not just generosity. It's legacy. It helps create a place where people can come back to hear truth, to find clarity, to remember they're not alone. But whether you give or not, whether you sow financially or simply showed up and stayed with me through every word, I want you to know I see you. And more importantly, God saves you, and that's enough. So now, as we close this moment, He speak blessing over you. May clarity flood your mind where confusion once lived. May peace return to the places that once pulsed with fear. May favor track you down not because of what you've earned, but because of what you've endured. May heaven make room for your voice in rooms where your name was never mentioned. And may the oil on your life increase, not to make you famous, but to make God known. You're not just a survivor of hard seasons. You're the echo of obedience. You're the sound of surrender. And your life, your actual, real, messy, sacred life is carrying something this world desperately needs. You are the one act that made God smile. You are the sound that shook the silence. And now you are stepping into the reason you were hidden, not to impress, but to impact. Until next time, stay aligned, stay anchored, stay aflame. The heavens smiled because of you. And now, the earth is about to respond.